welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 202. I'm, of course, your say VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to the OSC King of the Hill style format. We have 15 players, and purely best of ones are ahead of us. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. And we have our first best of one ready for you. We have a reigning King of the Hill, and we have our challenger spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Remain Decide. We have our German Protoss player, the green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Cham, our new challenger. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the red Terran. It is Spirit. The reigning King of the Hill. Let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get this underway. And we open up with a 2x Reaper. Okay, you have my attention. Spirit opening up with a more aggressive start. Jimmy opening up standard back at home. And welcome one and all to Romanticide. Romanticide, of course, is one of the larger maps in a previous map pool. It is great to be back here once again. The memories. The dark, horrible memories. No. Romanticide. Romanticide was back in the map pool back in like 2021-ish era of StarCraft, 2021 coming into 2022. It's been a very, very long time since we've had Romanticide featured on the stream, but of course for OSC events we have an exception. Here in OSC tournaments we have an extended map pool. Players did vote on which maps to reintroduce, and Romanticide is one of said voted on maps. Here we go. We jump in. So far, standard economic opener here by Jimmy going gate cyber into his own expansion. Meanwhile, Spirit is going to be opening up. Oh, I assume, sorry, my mistake. I assumed it was going to be 2x Reaper. Are we getting to a 2-on-1 or 3 racks? What? Huh? Huh? Okay. My apologies. I'm piecing it together in my mind as well here. So it's going to be a 2x Marine opener here into Factory. Now this can lead a couple of different ways. Clearly we're not too prioritized with rushing into like early stim or anything like that. Spirit looks like he will be expanding. He is going to be getting his natural up and running. But we will have an abundance of Marines early on, which means we can go for an early push. Speaking of, yep, early push. Now this is going to be an early stim-less Marine timing. These are going to be vanilla Marines, and the goal here is to catch Jimmy with his pants down. Right now, what do we have to defend? We have a sentry, we have one adept. We're going to have 2 units here. Force field is going to have to be very crucial. Likewise, if Jimmy moves out with the adept, if he zooms across the map, then at home he's going to be vulnerable to this aggression. And ideally, this can pick up some workers. This can get into a mineral line, get some economic damage done. Here we go, 5 Marines that do move out. Oh, we got... I was gonna say SEAL Team 6, but there's only 5. the Furious 5? I don't know. Anyway, they're gonna be making their way in. Shield Battery is done just in time, and Jimmy, he's fine. He's ready for this. Yeah, just like that. Shield Battery will completely knock this down, and with that, Jimmy holds. So far, a better start for Jimmy, but what I will say is that this overall build, as we do turn on, we do fight out of range of the Shield Battery that is going to go down. A nice pick up here by Spirit, trading Marines for an Adept, not bad. Trading Minerals for gas. Back at home, this can turn into a 2-on-1. I'm referring to a stim timing. Yep, there we go. Tech Lab is on the way. Hallucination does confirm the 2-on-1. So there should be a stim timing with medevacs, but this is done in a really awkward way is what I will say. Usually, again, the add-ons and the upgrades are going to be prioritized a little bit more, and we'd go for later medevacs just because there's not really much to like load into the medevac early on. Like this is it's an interesting build. We're going for a mine drop. So 2-on-1 initial opener into a mine drop followed by the stim timing here. So there's layers to this build. It's an interesting one. There's a lot of hoops that we're jumping through here to make this work, and we'll see if it's worth it in the end. That's at the end of the day, that's what matters here. Is it worth it? Do we catch Jimmy off guard? Do we get economic damage? Because if we do not, then this isn't worth it. Then suddenly the Terran player falls behind and the Protoss gets out of hand and out of control. So back at home, what do we have? 3 gates. We have 3 gates here in the main. Likewise here at the natural. Robo, so it's going to be 3-gate blink. Very safe opener out of Jimmy. Again, he scouted the 2-on-1. He's aware that there's going to be a more aggression coming his way, specifically that eventual stim timing. Before that does occur, the mine drop is moving out, is going to scout the timing of the 3rd base, and we'll see what we can get done as we make our way into the main. Here we go. So we make our way in. Going for the drop. Alas, the first Widow Mine is gonna go up. Oh my god, not bad. 3 workers go down. A little bit of miscontrol there by Jumi. He did react a little bit later, assuming he could snipe that Widow Mine. Alas, did not snipe the mine. In the end, damage was done. We have 1 mine left. So far, a decent start with this initial drop. Meanwhile, we can see Jumi. He's had enough. He's moving out. He's moving out. He has Blink. He can threaten the bases. Now, this build, something that Jumi is aware when he saw the 2-on-1 is lack of tanks. What do we have? 0 tanks to defend, so this Stalker army can trade quite well here against the Marines. Good enough control so far. 2 Marines go down. Stalkers, they survive. 1 almost does fall, so a bit of a later blink there from Jimmy. But despite that, it does pick up a couple of key units here, and he can threaten a dive into the bases. He will miss his moment, though, as the Wood Mine drop comes in. Alas, we do react in time. He's going for the workers, though. He's moving. Oh! He's moving in. Is moving in, retargeting. Oh my god. As nice retargeting here by Spirit, buying so much time. Finally, shot goes off, Stalker goes down, missed blink there from Jimmy, and the Widow Mine does escape. A better trade for Spirit, and here it comes that bio push. Here comes that stim timing. Stim is now done. Combat shield's done in a couple of seconds. We have medevacs on the way, and now Spirit can commit. Oh, there's the first stim. Ooh, a bit of a wasted stim here. Does he get the Stalkers? He does get 1. Okay, not bad. Does get 1 Stalker. And he is soon to push out. To back at home, Jumi, he needs to get ready here. The Colossus is going to be done in time. Auto charge into the main. 3 more Probe kills, 4 more probes. Very nice damage. 4 workers do go down. Stalkers going back in. Alas, here comes that main army. And back at home, Jumi, does he have enough to hold on? Jumi doesn't get the medevac. Gotta be forced back. Drop is deflected. Still is alive. Does have that 1 Colossus, but again, the 4th base is looking exposed. Spirit coming in from multiple angles. There's the warp in. Yeah, there's the warp in time. Marines do distract Jumi. The main army is amassing in the center. Mine drop back in. Jumi so far is keeping up. He's doing well. He deflects the Marines. He deflects the drop. Now he's focusing on the main push. So far, so good. Still a tense moment. Spirit, he doesn't go for it. Now, Spirit, he just saw the Colossus. He just scouted the Colossus. Spirit is aware. And Spirit, he doesn't go yet. He's respecting it. He's waiting for reinforcements. We do need more Marauders. And once he has them, he can move up this ramp. But now he's moving into 2 Colossus and 2 shield batteries. It's not going to be easy to break. It's not going to be easy. As Spirit, still looking for a way in. 3rd Colossus in production. Behind this Spirit, he's not all in. He's going for his 3rd TC. But so far, he hasn't achieved too much with this bio army. And so far, Jumi, he's looking good. Makes it out of this. We have Viking production underway. It looks like Spirit, he has no intention of committing. At this point, Spirit, he's only looking to gain map control. He has no intention of pushing into the natural or the 3rd. Right now, he's all about just expanding, building back up, and getting into a stronger mid-game. So Spirit backs up. Spirit backs up. He's expanding, he's macroing. From here, he can get into his armory, into 2-2. Scan does take down the Observer. At least Jumi spots a 3rd base, so he knows that his opponent is expanding. Once he sees the 3rd, bam, 4th. 4th is on the way. So Jumi is keeping up. He's keeping up with the expansions of Spirit, getting his 4th base on time. And we can embrace a longer game. Now, as we're getting to a longer game here, we have a Temple Archive, so working towards Storm as a follow-up. We could go one of 2 ways here. Either we go for a 2nd Robo into Disruptors, or Temple Archives into Storm. There's a place of both of them. Storm can be ideal against both anti-ground and anti-air damage against both, but is vulnerable to EMPs. Well, mine's just about to go up. They get dragged into the main army. Vikings going ham. Nice control so far to Jumi. But the Prism is going to go down, and he's overextended. Yeah, he's going to lose everything here. Jumi, he should not have pushed out like this. He's going to lose 1, 2, or 3 Colossus. And that's going to be game. That's going to be game then and there. Again, he should not have moved out there. He did not have to, did not need to. And he lost everything. He lost everything here. 0 Colossus, a handful of gateway units, a handful of Stalkers. 1 misstep is sometimes all it takes to have a Zealot run by across the map. It gets dealt with. And Spirit has a massive lead. And Spirit is going to snowball out of control. Takes down the 4th. We have a couple of Archons morphing in to help support. But there's just not enough. There's just not enough here. We have Disruptor now coming in as well. We have that 1 Nova. And even though Jumi, he's holding on here and now, he lost so much in the process here. He lost the Prism, 3 Colossus, 10 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Again, just an ill-timed attack there from Jumi. And with that Spirit, he overwhelms. Does overwhelm. Takes down the Disruptor. Nova does not go up. And there's nothing left. GG gets called Spirits. He will take the first game. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Spirit. He will eliminate Jumi from the tournament. Spirit, he is the reigning King of the Hill for a reason. And Spirit, he will maintain that crown. GG. GG, well played. Spirit does claim it. My condolences to Jumi. It was honestly, he was holding his own for a very long time there. He was keeping up. He was expanding. He was taking his 4th base. Everything was looking fine. Remember, we even had Jumi taking up into the Temple Archives, but Jumi did decide to push. He did decide to move out. He wasn't expecting Spirit to be waiting for him in the center of the map, and Jumi took just a really rough fight. Really rough fight there. Then and there, did fall, did crumble, and with that, Spirit claims the first win. GG, well played. And the question becomes, who's up next? The question becomes, who is up next here? Where does this take us? And who's going to be our next challenger? As a reminder, these are purely best of ones. Purely best of ones. Anything can and will happen. And it looks like we have our next challenger here. Okay, it's going to be another Protoss player. But this time, it's going to be a player closer to home here. Oh boy. We had Spirit versus Jumi, but now we have Spirit versus Cristiano. Let's go. As Cristiano, he does rise up to the challenge. And we'll see if he can overcome Spirit. Again, Piotr, I mean, he's one of the best Terrans in all of Poland, or in the entirety of Europe, actually. But Cristiano, he has defeated Spirit before. I'm referring to the House Galactic Battle. I'm referring to the offline events we have been covering in Poland. And Cristiano, he has defeated Spirit in these longer series, but it's a best of one. So it's one of those things where I do believe that Cristiano can bring Spirit down, but there's only one game. There's only one shot, one chance, one opportunity. It's not so easy. It's not so easy here. It goes both ways, I suppose. It's what makes this more exciting and more fun, is that upsets can and do happen, and crazy results can transpire because it's only one game. Meanwhile, yo, catching up in the chat, shout out to Necromancer. Necro Manzana. Manzana. Necromanzana? Apple? Is that you? Okay, sure. I dig it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Beautiful, beautiful. La manzana. See. Necro apple. I understand, papi. I understand. Beautiful. Hi. As we do have our next challenger. Vitas are underway, and they're getting into their first map. Those are curious. Manzana is apple in Spanish. Oh my god. Speaking of, thank you so much, Neko Manzana, once again for not just subscribing with Twitch Prime, but subscribing and gifting 5 subs to the community as well. Thank you so much. We do appreciate the support. Thank you. We do, as a gifted sub is given to Q Zipper, to Thriving GG, Stampede, Depruzal, and Kyung as well. Thank you so much, papi. Gracias. Do appreciate the support. Gracias. Siempre. Thank you so much. As we are getting into our next game. Vidas are done, map has been chosen, and we are going to be loading into ley lines. Let's go. Grande manzana. Grande. Juicy. Beautiful. It's always over so quickly. I mean, as we mentioned, right, that fight in the center of the map was game-ending. It was a game-ending fight there. Everything did fall or crumble around Jumi. And now we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have our red Protoss player. Red Protoss from land of Poland, representing Offside Esports. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the current reigning king of the hill. We have the Polish Terran player, the Orange Terran. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this best of one. Will it go the way of Spirit? Will it go the way of Cristiano? Best of luck in the chat. As Spirit, he's moving out. This time, not with 2 racks is back at home, but with what looks to be a more committed proxy. 2 SCVs. 2 SCVs get sent out. We have 1 proxying here on the right-hand side. The other moving in for what looks to be a standard scout, but we know it is anything but. So cheeky start here from Spirit. Back at home taking his gas. Spirit setting up for an eBay block. Okay, there are layers here. eBay block alongside the proxy. And with this, the natural waste is going to be delayed. Boys are forced off the mineral line. And we do force a cancel. Yo, coming in for the second block. Let's go. Does dip in. Does pull away. Expansion is going to be taken. Meanwhile, the Rax is about to finish. And we're going Proxy Marauder. That's what I was curious by. Only 1 gas back at home, not 2 gases. So it's going to be Proxy Marauder here by Spirit. And Cristiano, he is none the wiser. Now, what's important is that because of what happened, the probe scan is going to be delayed for Cristiano. He's now chasing that SCV. A bunker is now coming in. And we're investing into Concussive Shell. Let's go. Proxy Marauder is upon us. Cristiano, he dips in, confirms no CC, doesn't get into the main. If he did, he would see that there's a missing Rax. He doesn't check. Cristiano, he does not check. Spirit, he's getting spicy, Pappy. Oh my god. I mean, even in the first game, true. We had a crazy 2x mass marine opener. Over the bunker is spotted. Okay, the bunker is scouted. Bunker is denied. Marauder just reveal itself. And now the SV can go back to building and finish up that bunker. Bunker is going to be completed. Shield batteries on the way. Stalker's halfway done. And boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Another shield battery gets thrown down as well. And so far, this is getting damage done. Two probes so far. Stalker moves in. Has to be so careful here with that shield battery. That Stalker's going to be vulnerable. Getting 4 workers. And the Stalker's being zoned away. Yeah, it's being zoned away. The shield battery. Okay, boys are being pulled. Second Stalker has arrived. And the shield batteries, they do come into play here. Marauders, they dive into the bunker. Yo, the shuffling of Marauders. They do shuffle over. Cristiano trying to catch reinforcements. And the base is under fire. Oh, bit of a supply block. That is a rough supply block here for Spirit. As the depot is still on the way. Getting a little bit too frisky. Oh my god, as the bunker is eventually going to be going down. SCV's 1 shot away from falling. Despite that, still able to repair. And this should be dealt with without too much more issues here. There we go. It does take down one of the Marauders. There's 2 Marauders left. And we'll clean this up. We'll clean this up. Getting another 4 probes. Ay. Does deny that salvage. And in the end, it was 9 probe kills. 9 probes for 3 Marauders. Brutal damage. With that, Spirit does take an economic lead. Back at home, his natural base is done. He's getting to his tank production, and the Rax is floating back home. Now, was that enough damage? Well, to begin with, Spirit is in a better economic position. That is true. He will soon land that expansion. And ideally, this tank wants to be ready in time to deflect against a counterattack. Stalkers are pushing. Twilight Council's on the way. There is no blink to worry about. And Spirit should be okay. Should have the tank on the high ground, but it's going to be on Cristiano to delay the expansion for as long as possible. Let's go. Does maintain high ground vision. Oh my god. Up. Oh yeah, god, as the tank volleys are brutal. Depot is going to be denied. Does deny Depot at least. And Spirit, he will now expand. And we'll see if Cristiano can catch out a tank, if he can pick up any units here. Spirit being very careful.
Ready to go.
And he expands. And Cristiano, he has to back off. We do see Spirit now maintaining his 2 bases. Tanks are now in position. Bunkers on the way. And we're following this up, not with a medevac, with Banshee. We have Banshee production here from Spirit. Now, there is no cloak. There's no cloak being resourced, so there's not too much of a commitment or investment into these Banshees. But regardless, they can still wreak havoc. They can still get damage done. Spirit does move out. Meanwhile, back at home, Cristiano working towards Blink. Getting extra gateways. Oh, no. As we get into this, a big shout out to Chileno Singaporean Este Chileno, papi. Thank you so much for the 500 bits. Thank you. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much for the support. As always, Chileno has been supporting us for a very long time, for 45 months. Thank you, thank you. And also for Aistan as well. Thank you, Aistan. Thank you for the 100 bits. Gracias, gracias. Do appreciate it. As a Cristiano, he does push. Blink is done. Gee, we have 2 bunkers already. Spirit is set. Cristiano looking for a way in. The main base is somewhat exposed as 1 tank in the main. Oh, he's going for the natural. Voids are being pulled. Oh my god. He can't push into it. It's not going to happen. There's 2 tanks and 2 bunkers, mate. You're crazy. Calm down. Meanwhile, Banshee does get across the map. Ooh, even forces a recall on the Observer. Overreaction. Remember, there is no cloak. But alas, Cristiano doesn't know that. He doesn't know there is no cloak. Some nice mind games there from Spirit. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Oh. Going for the tank. Tank does survive. And Spirit, he's holding. He's holding very nicely here on 2 bases. It's going to be on Cristiano to expand, to transition out of this. He's working towards not charge. He's working towards Colossus. Bold move. As you know, I'm sure, when it comes to PvTs here in the card meta of StarCraft, it is very common to go Blink into charge. The reasoning for that is it does keep you safe against these early tank pushes, as charge is a bit of a faster thing to really get online, to warp in, to amass, and to engage in the center of the map. Here, Cristiano, he delays charge in favor of Colossus. And we'll see if he can get away with it. See if he can get away with it. Oh no! Prism getting caught out. Brutal pickup. Cristiano force back. Spirit coming in for this around. Cristiano, he's being zoned away. Spirit trying to hunt him down. Coming in for the flank. And Cristiano, he's going to be boxed in. There's just him. Oh. And where do we go? Where do we go from here? Up, does find a way out. Whew, just barely. Cristiano, he threads the needle. Gets the hell out of there. Doesn't get surrounded. Despite that, has lost 6 Stalkers so far. But doesn't lose everything, thankfully. That's what matters here. Does maintain some Stalkers. Does maintain. Behind this, getting a 4th base, building up his Colossus. First Colossus has arrived. Thankfully, Spirit was more concerned about expanding than pushing out. So he gets caught. As Spirit moves out, Cristiano moves in. Does catch 5 SCVs, not bad. Oh. Trading with the Marauders. Gets one. Gets one Marauder, recalls back home. Here comes the main push, and Cristiano, he is somewhat ready for this. So the Colossus, charge now done. No +1, no Forge. It's a Viking. There's no saving this though. The base is going to fall. Massive pickup. And we see Spirit just pulling Cristiano apart. Cristiano is falling behind economically. He's stuck on 3 bases. Less workers, even base count. Worst position for the Protoss. He desperately needs a 4th. He's double expanding. Yeah, this one he has to. Trying to double expand. Spirit sims in. Tank flow is going to be brutal. He does go for the Colossus. Yeah, the Colossus does fall instantly. Yeah, without it, these Stalkers, they cannot hold their own. The tanks, they survive. One of them at least. Spirit pushing through at the same time. Does deny bottom right. He denies top left. Denies the expansions. And Spirit, he has too much. GG gets caught. He overwhelms. And Spirit, he will take game number 1. He will take down another challenger. GG. GG, well played, Spirit. He will claim the game. He will take down Cristiano. Again, an intense game is what I will say. Spirit opening up with the initial Marauder, or the proxy Marauder even. And of course, the follow-up, he had a very, very solid foundation back at home with his tanks, with his bunkers. Cristiano did overstep, did likewise overcommit into trying to break that defensive setup, but Spirit, who was more than ready for it. And from there, Spirit, he broke out, snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Spirit does claim the game. And we'll see who's up next. Who is up next? And honestly, I mean, Spirit, he's taking down some big names like Jumi, Cristiano. I would say these are players that can threaten Spirit, but they're going down. They're going down early here in the tournament. And Spirit is gaining quite a bit of momentum. Quite a bit of momentum here. Ooh, as we head on over here. As we head on over to the Americas region, I did notice this player earlier in our Twitch chat, and they are going to be stepping up to the challenge here. It's going to be another PvT, but this time up against a Korean, not against a European. It is going to be Spirit versus Rebellion up next. Let's go. Rebellion, he's always got some quirky builds. He was, of course, watching in the chat. He was looking at what Spirit had to offer, and honestly, this feels like a kind of a rough one. Spirit has not played Standard. He's not been playing Standard. He's been hyper aggressive. He's been very committed. I mean, game 1 we saw 2-Rax Marine, if you remember, into that early stimulus push. Game 2 we saw the early proxy out of Spirit as well. He's been quite aggressive so far, and not the easiest player to play against here. Not in a best of 1 format. Bear that in mind. 1 chance is all you have. Don't really have much time or much room to really kind of get a handle or get a semblance of what your opponent is up to, get a feel for how they're playing. That's not here. I don't quite get that. And now we're getting into our next game. There we go. Getting into our next game. If you're just done, game 1 is going to be on, or our next game is going to be on Ley Lines once again. Same map, different opponent though, different challenger. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. Can he be stopped? Can anyone stop his reign of terror, Pappy? Oh no, it is Spirit. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, representing Clan A2P. It is, from South Korea, Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets who you think will claim this series. Spirit is still the heavy favorite, but Rebellion, he's here to rise to the challenge. He has been watching, did see both Jumi and Cristiano fall, and we'll see if he can succeed where they otherwise did fail. Oh boy. Rebellion is moving out. This time, Rax is back at home. Okay, no proxy. Not this time. Is back at home. Double gas opener out of Spirit, so double gas is going to lead into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. Spirit, he can still be aggressive, but this time, no cheese. Going to be a later form of aggression instead. It's going to be much later. Rebellion does confirm, does get eyes on the gases. He's aware. He will get the hell out of here. We'll pull away. Dipping back in. So from here, his goal here, he will check for an add-on. We could have seen an earlier reactor here into reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go into an early tech lab here for cyclone production. We can go for early tanks. We can go for a committed Banshee. We can go for a Widowmine drop. We'll see where Spirit does take us. The probe does pull away for the time being. Ideally wants to hide from this Reaper. So Reaper is on the hunt. Back at home, standard opener. We'll be settling in, gate into Cybercore into expansion. And Rebellion is going to be opening up a depth first. Forward. I guess I'll try to get on that after this game. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Luis, papi. Oh my god. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Gracias, papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for the raid. Early raid, I will say. Live very early on. Welcome, welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos, papi. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome one and all to the OSC King of the Hill, number 202. This is a King of the Hill style format. What does that mean? That means pure best of ones. Best of ones. Spirit does poke in. Likewise, we do have our follow-up Cyclone production here from Spirit. Ooh, Cyclone into medevac into early push. This can lead into an early tank as well. So Cyclone into tank, into a tank drop across the map, into not necessarily an all-in, but just hyper-aggression here out of Spirit. It's being hyper-aggressive. Expansion is being taken. Oh, actually going for not a tank, but a second Cyclone. Okay. Gonna be less committed, but aggressive nonetheless. Back at home, we do have Rebellion setting up. He has a safety stasis trap. Did go for a... Oh, I apologize, didn't point this out. Stargate open out. Rebellion, Stargate into a... He's crazy! Stargates into Fleet Beacon. Into what? Into, I imagine, a Tempest Rush or Carrier Rush here from Rebellion. He's wild. He's lost his mind. Let's go. Now, because of the initial build of Spirit, I'm concerned that Rebellion might just fall here and now. He does have a couple of gateway units. He has a second shield battery on the way at the natural. But Spirit, he's making his way in. Is pushing in towards that main. We'll go for the pylon. Pylon is going to be targeted down. The pylon will fall. Depowers everything in the main. Scouts the Stargate. Mine shot going off. Takes down a Stalker. And these Cyclones, they will punish the Gateway Army. The stasis up. He doesn't notice. Massive connection. Very nice connection with that Rebellion. He's holding on. He can fight back. Shield batters, they come into play. There's only 3 Marines. Rebellion, he is holding on. You want to drop him into the main. Trying to pull Rebellion apart. At the same time, Oracle gets across the map. Oracle gets 2 SCVs. Only 2. Oracle goes down. And last, the stasis does run out. And the Cyclones, they overpower the shield battery. Oh my god. So much damage. Alas, enough time has passed. We have enough warp ins here, and Rebellion should be okay. And what's important is that Spirit didn't scout. He did not get behind the base. He did not see the Fleet Beacon. Did not see even the scan. Barely does miss it. And this is not to rush into Tempest or Carrier. This is to rush into a Mothership, which is more difficult to scout. Again, despite the scan, nothing's being built here from the Stargates. It's being built from the Nexus instead. From here, we're going for a massive gateway transition. Mine shots, they're not quite baited out. Spirit, he's holding. Sorry, Rebellion is holding. Now, from here, the goal is a 2-base all-in. The goal should be to recall, I would imagine. Is to build up an army, to warp in, and then to sneak the Mothership across the map, recall into the main, and try to end the game in one fell swoop. That's what I imagine is the plan here. There we go. Mothership has arrived. We have Tempest behind this. Mothership is on the way. You can see here Spirit getting ready back at home. He has his bunker at the natural. Tank does siege in the main. Did see the gateways. Yeah, he's getting the turrets. Getting the turrets here. Is aware. As was mentioned before. Take his eyes on the setup. We have a turret in the natural as well. Now we can still go for the recall. What do we have? We have a plethora of Stalkers to work with. These are vanilla Stalkers. Army's ready in the main. The tanks are sieged. He's ready for this. Oh god, it's not gonna be pretty. Yeah, massive tank shots going off. very important scout here from Spirit. I mean, he saw everything. Yeah, this time I can't do much here. He can't push into the tanks. Spirit, he's too well set up. We do have Stalkers pushing in towards the natural, but last Spirit, he will hold. Will hold on. From here, Rebellion is expanding, so thankfully he's trying to work his way out of this. Is trying to. Spirit is supply blocked. There's that at least. There's always a recall back home. Decent force fields. But the army's still within range. And the Tempest is going to go down. There's that recall back home. Saves whatever he can. And in the aftermath, at least there is no third CC for Spirit, so he's not immediately expanding from here. Rebellion is going to be trying to maintain somewhat of a semblance of an economy. But I'm worried about the move out. That's a lot of tanks. We've got 3 tanks, we have our Vikings, 4 tankers on the way. There's that CC on location. Still making Tempest, let's go. Let's go. Tempest on the way, and Spirit is not pushing. Okay, he's moving out with the drop. Oh. He's moving out with that drop. Main army staying at home. We can make a game out of this. So Rebellion's working towards Storm. It's a really unique composition, is what I will say, as we're getting to like Tempest, Gateway Army, Storm, but no Blink. Charge on the way instead. Spirit, he does move up with his main force as well, going for a split push. Thankfully, pylons do spot this. Nothing in the center, no observer. Hallucination will get eyes on the tanks though. That's got there by Rebellion, he knows. He is aware. He's aware of what's going on. Okay, thank God. I was worried he was going to retarget. I was worried he was going to retarget to the High Templar. Thankfully, he didn't. High Templar do survive. And from a Rebellion, he is pushing. Behind this, Bio Army is zoned away. Rebellion is going to commit. Back at home, pushing into this line of tanks and bunkers. It's not going to be easy. There's turrets as well. Sensor tower. Spirit, he is heavily fortified. He wants to fight here. And Rebellion, he's giving him that fight. Is moving in. Massive tank shots going up. Likewise, double jump into the main. There is a recall. Yeah, there it is. Does recall back home. With that, Spirit does hold. Does hold, getting a 4th CC. Rebellion getting his own 4th as well. I will say that the 4th base for Rebellion is late. It's a late 4th base, so Spirit has the better economy. That's being translated here into a larger army. Now with more ghosts. Does he want them? He does. No! He wants High Templar! Stims in! He's gonna get both as well. Massive pickup. No storms. Rebellion otherwise distracted. Trying to be cheeky. Can he make up for it? Up! Oh, good storm, actually. Okay. Does land a decent storm. Is that worth a High Templar, though? Did lose it. Drop goes down. Mothership into the natural. Does go for the mass recall. Let's go! Does it again. This time more successfully. This time does break into the natural. Can bring down the CC. Zoning storm. Tanks are moving in, but this time not in position. Masses from one of the SCs. Oh my god, 12 SCs, 15, 18 going down. Now the base recall's on cooldown, if I'm not mistaken, which is a little bit concerning. As Rebellion, he's kind of trapped here. Nice storms. But remember, Rebellion, he had just recalled into the main. So he's trapped. Uh-oh. 4th base goes down. Brutal pickup. Rebellion, he can't get out of this. He has to move in, brutally impedes. If he had the base recall, this would be perfect, but he just didn't have it. He didn't have it available, and now he has to commit. He's gonna lose everything. Yeah, everything's gonna go down. Spirit, he stims in, brings down the army, the mothership, Tempest to survive, but only the Tempest. And even then, oh, barely gets out. It's so unfortunate that the recall was on cooldown. Otherwise, that was actually pretty good. Remember, he had denied the expansion, he had gotten the mineral line, he got a storm off the main army. Like, it was a good mothership recall, but it's one of those things where he got in, he did the damage, and he was like, oh, wait, what do I... I was like, what do I do now? Like, what oh, no. I'm trapped, Pathy. I didn't think this far ahead. And that leads into this kind of game state, where Spirit now has a massive supply lead. He's pushing out across the map. There's nothing to defend. There's nothing here. There's a couple of Zealots, a couple of Stalkers, a couple of High Templar with maybe 1 or 2 Storms. And Spirit, he can stim, and he can win. Storm will zone. The Tempest doing what he can. There's 2 more Storms available. The last Storms are not going to be enough here. A better Storm on the ByuN, not bad. Splits are not there for Spirit. Despite that, Sims forward. Oh god, the EMP does land. Yeah, with that, this is going to be the final stand here of Rebellion. He's doing what he can, trading as best he can. But the army will crumble. Stalkers fall, Zealots, and there's nothing else here. There's no High Templar, there's no Colossus, no backbone to the army, no more Tempest or Mothership. Rebellion has been broken. Warping in extra Zealots, trying to force something fire. Final Storm. Okay. So still have reinforcements on the way. Yeah, with those reinforcements, Spirit, he should have enough. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take down Rebellion. GG. GG, well played. Rebellion with a very quirky build. Honestly, I do appreciate it. I do appreciate rushing to the mothership. That's not the first time we've seen that from Rebellion. He has done that. I want to say, ooh, was it against Percival? I think so. We casted Rebellion versus Percival, I want to say 1 or 2 weeks ago. Did go for the same build. Does it here against Spirit. And the initial mothership recall wasn't too successful. The second one was. The second one honestly did a lot of damage, but as we mentioned, it was unfortunate that he had already spent his base recall earlier and it was on cooldown, so he couldn't recall out. He recalled in, got damage, then he was stuck. Then he was just trapped in the natural and just could not really make his way out from there, and GG. GG, well played. He lost his army. With that, Spirit does claim the win, and now we are getting ready for our next match. Let's go. Test 1 2 3. Let us go. Okay. Up next, who do we have? Who is up next? I think I see a player. Yeah, I see a player in game. We know who it is. We know, Pappy. We know. It is going to be Spirit in a TVT up against Percival. Okay, we have our setup, we have our players, and we are loading in. Ley lines once again. Makes sense. Does make sense. Here we go. What's the cooldown on recall? Is it 120 seconds? 120? Not 1:30. 1:30. There you go. 130 seconds. Just over 2 minutes. Just over 2 minutes. And here we go. We're getting into our next game. We have our players. We have our setup. And clearly, Protoss is not working against Spirits. But what about Terran? What about Terran? Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player. The South Korean Terran, it is Percival. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player. The red Terran, it is Spirit. The current reigning champion. Well, the current king of the hill, I should say. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as you can get your Gamba going. But now, though, we are going to be settling in. And we'll see what Percival has to offer. Now, Percival, in general, he's more of an aggressive player. He's a little bit more aggressive. When I say aggressive, I don't mean cheesy, but in general, off of 2 bases, off of 3 bases, I do expect him to be more in the face of his opponent. So we'll see if he can break Spirit. Meanwhile, Spirit, he has been, again, very assertive himself, at least in the TVP matchup. We'll see if that continues here in TVT as well. Here we go. Now we're going to be opening up. We have single gas openers. What does this mean? This means a more economic start. It means a CC here from both Percival and from Spirit. Command centers are on the way. So we're slowing things down here at the beginning of game over game. Both players expanding. Getting in towards that mid game from here. I mean, we have seen Spirit play mech before, but in general is more of a bio tank player. Likewise, so is Percival. We'll see if either player deviates. There are more aggressive builds you can go for. You can go for early starport into an early tank drop across the map. You can go for a 2-base, 2-port all-in with 2 starports with Massive Viking. There are certain aggressive builds you can embrace. Even a 2-1-1. Speaking of a 2-1-1, hello there. that is a second Rax. And we expect to see a factory thereafter. We expect an earlier tech lab. We'll see how we get into this. My eyes are on Spirit as he's actually continuing Reaper production. Getting a second Reaper. Into add-on? Yeah, okay. Into add-on. So into Reactor, into Tech Lab, into an earlier stim timing. Now, this is a rare build for this matchup. Not unseen. We do see ByuN and Maru especially mix this in every now and then into their TVTs. Ryung and Gumiho a little bit less so. But basically, this is a stim timing. There's going to be a stim timing here. 2 Raxes into a factory, into a starport, into Reactor, into add-on swap. Ooh, it's going to be 3 CT. What is this? A TVZ? Okay. It's going to be 3 CC 2-on-1. Very greedy here by Spirit, is what I will say. Very greedy. Jesus. Now, the downside of this build is, as you can see, tank production. The bread and butter and the mid-game of TVT is very tank-oriented and very positional-based as well. So going for a 3CC 2-on-1 is very risky, especially considering that this factory should just be used for an add-on, for a reactor, into medevacs, into a drop play, not into tanks. So this just feels really greedy. Very greedy play here by Spirit. We'll see if he can get away with it. Meanwhile, Percival back at home, doing what he does best, going to Raven, then into tank production himself, into bio play. More standard setup here out of Percival. Moving in with Hellion Reaper. Now, the downside of this build... ooh, that's actually okay. Never mind, that's a 3rd Rax. The downside, as you can imagine, is that if this stim timing doesn't do any damage, then the aggressing player, the Spirit, or the red player in this case, is going to fall behind. They're quite heavily reliant on getting value here with that first timing. Just because your tanks are so delayed. As you can see here, the factory is only making the reactor, only for the add-on swap into medevacs. Like, still 0 tanks for Spirit. And tanks are building up for Percival. So we'll see what Spirit can get done. And because of this, this is why we don't see this too regularly, because it is really risky. It puts a lot of pressure on Spirit to get damage done, to stim in, to get on top of the first tank, and to deal economic damage, and to make this worth it. As now we will soon begin our tanks with that tech lab. Medevac's going to be on the way. Once the Medevacs arrive, then Spirit can start pushing. Is settling in. Meanwhile, speaking of 2 base all-ins, while Spirit's going for a greedy build, 3cc 2-on-1, and getting to his own Medevacs, we see Percival doing what? We mentioned this at the start of the game as well. 2-port, 2 base all-in. That is a second starport hidden here at the natural. The goal is to move out with an abundance of Vikings, and the Vikings, they will gain air control. The Vikings, they shut... Oh, as we do scan, he does see the setup, he does see the mass bio. He's already pushing. Already moving out. Does see the abundance of Marines and Marauders. Oh, I don't think this 2 base all-in can work, actually. So, okay, we have Liberators on the way. Now, the reason why I don't think it can work here is that because you have a second starport, your bio army is lacking, and your tanks are going to be exposed specifically to these Marauders. So I like Spirit's position more. And yep, 3rd CC instantly. So Percival, he's forced to deviate. You can see this starport isn't even doing anything. He was going to go for the all-in, but he realized it's not going to work. It's not going to work out here. Aliens, they get shut down. Spirit is in a better position. Now he's getting into a tech lab. And we'll see how this all can come together. And what this means as well is that Spirit, this 3rd CC, he gets away with it. He gets away with a 3rd CC, gets away with a boosted economy. And Spirit, he's going to skyrocket ahead in the mid-game. In a way, he's already kind of surpassing Percival here, without the players really engaging too much. Spirit is going to be moving out. Percival is stuck at home. And, I mean, that supply lead that Spirit has, it's only going to get bigger, to be honest. It's only going to get larger. Liberators that have arrived. Live in the main, live at the natural. Nice damage so far. Getting 5 SCVs. Now, I don't see Spirit breaking the natural base yet. Not pushing into 4 tanks. But he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to break Percival. He doesn't have to push in. All he has to do is contain. Just contain and deny the 3rd. While he gets his own 4th. So Percival, he has to just be hyper defensive. Slowly getting his expansion, slowly setting up. Does spot the main army. Oh, he steps in. First tank is going to go down. Nice missile goes up. And with all these auto turrets, can we hold on? It looks like he wants that second tank. He's going to get it. Guess who? He's going to get all 3. Yeah, he's breaking through. He's going to get all 3 tanks. Going to get the final tank as well. If he can just break the 3rd base and just end the game. And he will. And you can see just how little there was to protect those tanks. Again, that's because of the delayed bio production, because of the double starport initial build, and with that, Spirit, he's done it. He breaks the 3rd base, he kills the 3rd, he's getting a 4th behind this, he's up double the base count, and soon to be double the supply. It was almost like Spirit blindly hard-countered Percival, because Spirit, again, he didn't know that Percival was going to go for a 2-port 2 base all-in, but it just, the builds worked out beautifully for Spirit. Missile goes up. Boys are being pulled. He just targets down the tanks. Gets all 3. And we can see now we have bio production for Percival, but it's too little too late. GG gets called, and Spirit, he will take down another challenger. GG. GG, well played. Spirit, he does claim the win. Does take down Percival. Whew. And again, a very unusual setup there. I'll be honest. Like, when do you see specifically a 3cc? It was 3cc 2-on-1 as well. 3cc 2-on-1 out of Spirit, and then we had the 2.2 base all-in out of Percival. Both players kind of blindly going into their own builds, and alas, both players, they rolled the dice. Spirit did gamble better there in the end, and once Percival realized what was happening, he knew that he could not pull off the all-in. He had to try to transition, and he just fell behind. He just fell behind then and there without any major interactions, and with that, Spirit claims another win here. And the question becomes, who's up next? Oh, oh my god, we have our next challenger. We have our next challenger. It is going to be a TVZ between Spirit and Solar. Okay. Spirit, he's been flexing against Protoss, he's been flexing against Terran, but what about against Zerg? What about against Solar? Let's go. As we are setting up. And we are settling in. Okay. So this is going to be that TVZ. Again, we're already getting towards that halfway mark here. Sorry, just trying to set up the brackets. But in total, they're going to be 15 best of ones. 15 best of ones back to back to back to back. All facing off against each other. And this is the 5th match of 15. So we are getting there. Getting there. We might be going on a short break there. Looks like we need some time to set up our players to get things going. So yeah, take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for a night of StarCraft. Again, we still have plenty more players, 10 more players ahead of us to face off against Spirit. And it's been a rare sight to see a player go for, you know, a massive win streak and win every single game. It's not impossible. It's happened before, but it's very rare sight nonetheless. A very rare sight. Spirit, can he go all the way? I feel like taking down Solar is going to be a big milestone here for Spirit, because Solar, he's another one of the, you know, top players in the world. So we'll see how this turns out. Beautiful. Are setting up. As I was going to go on a break, but looks like our players are ready. We're good to go. We're jumping into our next game. It's going to be on Neon Violet Square. One of the more vetoed maps of the map pool, but remember, no vetoes, or I should say, there's only one veto. The way this format works is that the current King of the Hill, so Spirit as the King of the Hill, he gets one veto. He vetoed King's Cove, which makes sense in my mind. So hey, you get rid of one large map, there's plenty more to pick from, and we have our map chosen spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have our new challenger. We have our would-be usurper himself. Representing Team Falcons, it is Solar. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the Polish Terran player himself, the current King of the Hill with 5 wins under his belt. It is Spirit. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we're opening up with a proxy 2-racks. Let's go. Now, coming into this, for those that are curious, we rarely get to cast on Neon Violet Square. The reasoning for this is that this is the most vetoed map in the map pool. Straight up, the most vetoed map. We see this maybe like once a week, and we cast multiple times a day, every single day. So that says something when it comes to this. The amount of times we see this map. Vetoes are limited though. Vetoes are limited here in a best of 1 format. Only 1 veto. So clearly Spirit doesn't want a longer game. Now, the reason why this is vetoed so much, it's a very large map, long rush distance by ground. Terran players, they thrive on smaller maps against Zerg because they can be hyper aggressive and really punishing and just be in the face of the Zerg player. The Zerg player wants as much room between them and the Terran as possible, especially to get into a 4 and 5 base economy. So Spirit, he's like, you know what? Let's just cheese. Let's just proxy. Let's just end the game early here. I'm not going to play out your macro game. No, it's not going to happen. Bunkers on the way. Marines are amassing. Now, this is only 2x Marine. This is only proxy 2x. What does that mean? That means that, one, yes, it is a bunker rush, but this isn't too committed. You can transition out of this. You still need to get value, though. You still need to trade well. Bunker is spotted. Boys are being pulled. All the area is walled off. With that depot? Okay. Depot is cancelled. And Spirit is moving in. He's slowly pushing forward here with extra bunkers. GC Solo does evacuate. Queen is halfway done. Lings, they do slip by. Yeah, they slip by the they slip by the proxy. They're headed across the map. There's a full wall back at home. That is going to be a good start here for Solar, getting across the map. This expansion at this point might just be forfeit. There are more Lings amassing. Yeah, he's going for a 1-base all-in. 1-base all-in by Solar. He's rushing into roaches. One way or another, this is going to be a shorter game. Where are the predictions? Oh, did they not open? Oh, my apologies. Okay, late predictions. My apologies. They didn't open in time. We were already 3 minutes in. I mean, best of luck. Do you believe that Spirit can end this game? Because again, roaches are going to be massing up here for Solar. He will soon counterattack. He'll break out. Spirit, he's actually going to be transitioning here by committing, going for Marauder production. Marauders are going to be ideal. There we go. Marauders are on the way. Do they come out in time, though? What happens first? Does Solar break the bunkers, or do the Marauders come in to reinforce? That's what it's going to come down to. Ravagers on the way. Only 1 Ravager, though. It's going to take longer here to break out. Factory back at home. And the first Marauder has arrived. So a big moment here for Spirit. He's got that first Marauder. Does move in. Takes down the tumor. Third Ravager has arrived. And again, eventually Solar, he will break this, but the question becomes, what kind of army is he going to be facing off against? So we're building up more Marauders. They're still piling up. He's got 2 so far, soon to be 3. More importantly, he has Concussive Shell, free damage. A very nice hit there on the Ravager. Enemy sword. Does attempt to move in. And this is just buying time for the salvage. Does buy time for the salvage. Takes down the first Ravager to get the second. Massive pickup. Oh, that might just be too much. That might just be too much here. Rough losses for Solar. The final Ravager is going to go down. Despite the transfuse, does keep it alive. Ooh, just barely. Barely is kept alive. There's a regen. Spirit, he overextends. Solar still in this. He's barely in this here. That was a clutch transfuse. Back at home, Spirit double expanding. Natural and 3rd CC. Very greedy build here. Very greedy follow-up by Spirit. But remember, he's no longer all-in. We mentioned this. Proxy 2-Rax is not an all-in. You can transition out of it, and he is successfully so. Successfully transitioning. Solar does get a natural. Does get the pocket base. And the salvage does complete. Does salvage. Solar is going for his own counterattack. Spirit, he's racing back home. Back home, what do we have to defend? Uh-oh. We don't really have much of anything here. No Hellions. Tank into Banshee. Very greedy here. No Hellions, no Cyclones, no nothing. Just SCVs. Oh, does catch out the Marauders, though. Does try to catch the Ravagers, I should say. Biles connect. Oh my god. Biles do connect. Banshee has arrived. Lings, they flood in. Tank does make it out. And Spirit will have to evacuate. Yeah, he does evacuate the natural. Does get out of there. Spirit, for now, he's going to be stuck on one base, but here we go. The Banshee has arrived. The Biles! Oh my god. Biles, they graze the Banshee. But there we go. Spirit, he holds. Spirit, he holds. Now he can resaturate that natural. We'll lose 3 SCVs. And the question becomes, who's in a better game state? Oh. As Solo will lose all of his Ravagers. We have Lings going for a counterattack. This time there should be a semblance of an army back at home. Tank is in the main. Tank is in the main base. But there we go. Does reposition. Banshee arrives. And as we settle into this, Solar, he's on a 1.5 base economy. He's long distance mining, just now getting his natural. His economy is looking okay, but the problem here is that Spirit, he's on 3cc. He's on a triple orbital, more importantly. He has triple mules. He's milling his heart out. He can land his 30s, making 3 SCVs at a time. Spirit is in a very good position here, and the game will continue. Despite the aggressive start, the game will progress. Soul's going to be coming in here into Banshee play. Drone's going to be going down. Does get 3. Oh, does punish. Nicely done. Overseer comes in just in time. And Solar, we're going for the Infestation Pit. Are we going for Swarm Host? I mean, that would make sense given the map. There are a lot of opportunities here for Swarm Host play. We're either going into Swarm Host or Roach Ravager into Hive Tech into Lurker Tech. We'll see. Expansion gets spotted. Waiting for those potential Swarm Hosts. Double jump across the map. Spirit breaks out. Being active, his goal here is to try to force a cancel. Going for the Hive. Okay, no Swarm Hosts. Rushing into the Hive. And yeah, the other option, Lurker Tech. So it's going to be Roach Ravager into Lurker from the side of Solar. Not a very mobile army, not initially. So Spirit trying to take advantage of that. He should, get the expansion. That's going to be a cancel. Very nicely done. Does deny the 4th. Solar, he's going to be falling behind economically here. Spirit's on 3 bases, so is Solar. I should say, Spirit is on a full 3-base economy, Solar on 2.5. So Solar is behind. But what I will say, despite that, is that here on Neon Violet Square, you're pretty well secure on 5 bases. Like, it's going to be difficult to kill Solar. So he can stabilize. He should be able to stabilize from here. And build up and end up in a longer game state. Meanwhile, Spirit has full map control, going for the gold. No reason not to, just getting further ahead. Oh, the Biles! Don't quite connect. Spirit checking for the gold. Making sure that Solar is contained. And Spirit should be the first to max. I say that Solar, sure he has inflated supply with Roach Ravager, he could continue with that. But is switching up into Hydras, Lurkers, into Vipers as well. As we get into this, a big shout to Fizz Servant in the chat. Gab, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for 8 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. Big shout to Fizz Serpent, a long-time competitor in our amateur events and also supporter of the channel. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it, always. I look forward to seeing you in SDO. SDO is this weekend. Just as a heads up, see Duckling Open is going to be there. Likewise, Solar does try to break out. Lurkers are morphing in. As Lurkers are morphing in, Ghost Academy is already done, and we have a cloak on the way for those ghosts. Likewise, Freddy busts into the mineral line. More drones going down. Getting 5 drones. Nicely done, and he scouts everything. He sees the Hive Tech. He sees the Lurkers. He's aware. Doesn't see the Hive itself, but saw the Infestation Pit. Lurkers themselves. Vipers moving out. And I'll be honest, I mean, Spirit's still looking perfectly fine back at home. It does need more ghosts, is what I will say. But there's a reason why Spirit does have that supply lead. It's because of the greater economy. He's just been ahead economically ever since the failed proxy. Ever since he got away with his double expand and his third CC. And just Spirit, he just doesn't stop expanding. So the goal base, of course, getting his fourth. Solar, he has some recovering to do. Here comes Spirit. Again, now Spirit, he still only has 3 ghosts. Like, that's the saving grace here, is that without too many ghosts, Spirit, he can't really engage too freely with these lurkers. But he is denying creep. Ooh, cannot push in. Has to rotate. Making sure there's no northern base, no northern expansion. Ensures no creep either. And we'll see if Solar can save and hold on to this fit. Oh. 5 for Zip. They get 1, they get 2. 2 tanks, not bad. Ghost cannon's building up. Again, he's got 3 ghosts so far. About to have even more. Getting 5 more ghosts. He's got 8 actually. Jesus. Getting up to 13. And once his ghost count is high enough, then he can start trying to break these siege lines. Until then, he's just poking. He's just poking. He's just prodding. Spirit is maxed. Soul is still stuck with Roach Ravager. Going for a counterattack. Nidus in behind the base. Let's go. I get spotted. Yeah, it does get spotted somewhat. And Nidus is going to be denied. Ghosts are ready. Likewise, Roach Ravager gets caught out. Stims on in. Takes down 3 of those lurkers. And Solar's getting picked apart. Every lurker's going to go down. 1 barely survives. And Solar just cannot keep up with this. Again, Solar, he tried to stabilize. His Hail Mary play is the Nidus, but it gets spotted time and time again. The Niduses, they will not finish. And GG gets called. That was the saving grace there. That was the one play that Solar had. Spirit, he will take it. And Spirit will claim another win. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Spirit. He will claim the game. He will take it. And will still maintain his throne on top of the hill. Let's go. Still our king of the hill here. GG, well played. Again, just a really rough follow-up there from Solar. As we mentioned, Proxy 2 racks is not an all-in. It is easier to transition out of. I'm referring to the difference between a Proxy 2 racks and a Proxy 3 racks. Proxy 3 racks is more committed, is more all-in. 2 racks, you can transition out of it, which we saw out of Spirit. He was able to get enough damage, able to transition back at home, double expanded, and after that double expand, he did maintain an economic lead. Soul was trying to catch up, trying to keep up, but barely could not. Was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into our next game. We're getting into our next game here. Oh. Heading over to the European region. We're going to be heading over here to another TVT. Let's go. True, true. Oh, bring back the copy pasta, baby. Bring it back. Win rate of 2x, 3x versus Zergan tournaments has to be absolutely insane. I never see this strategy lose. Cap. Hello, gooders. You're the best. Oh, thank you. Always do appreciate it. Do appreciate the kind words. As we're heading over into our 6th best of 1. And, mate, Spirit, can he be stopped? Like, if Solar can't stop him, who can? Who can stop him? When I think of some of the other players that we can call upon, there are still some other big names, don't get me wrong. Also, I think I put in the wrong number last time, but Spirit is on a 5-game win streak tonight, I should say. He's got 5 wins so far under his belt. Can he get number 6? Oh boy. So we have our next map. We're loading into Ultra Love for the first time tonight. Let's go. Loading into Ultra Love. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our red Terran player representing the Phantom Heroes. Ooh, he's up against a beast, a king, if you will. Can he bring him down? Can he usurp him? It is Nicaract. the TVT sniper, and spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the orange Terran player from Atlanta, Poland, the current king of the hill. It is Spirit, with 5 wins under his belt. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time, this time on time. Get your predictions going. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 1. And again, Nickrat, he has been known to snipe some big names and some big players in TVT. I think I would still say that currently his best matchup is Terran versus Protoss, but Terran versus Terran is a close second. And we'll see if Nickrat can cause an upset as, Spirit, he opens up with a proxy. As if he does move out, just the one. Bear that in mind. Only 1 SCV here from Spirit, but that's because he has a Rax back at home. So it's going to be 2 Rax Reaper. It's 1 at home, 1 across the map, and this can overwhelm. This is less committed than a 2 Rax Reaper, so very middle of the road. It is aggressive, don't get me wrong, but not as committed, and you do transition out of this a little bit easier here from the side of Spirit. And he's hoping for an economic opener. As we can see, it's going to be Rax into Factory. Double gas opener out of Nickrat. So already I do favor Nickrat's position. This means earlier Factory, earlier Hellion, more importantly. Even though Spirit is going to be up when it comes to the Reaper count, Nickrat will have the Hellions to make up for that. So I do favor Nickrat's position. He does go for the SCV scout. He does confirm the Rax at least. Getting ready on the low ground. I mean, he saw there was no mining gas, so he assumes it's going to be a Rax expand. Reapers are on the way. And we'll see how these 2 initial builds fare against each other. As Spirit, he's continuing that Reaper production. Factory is almost done. Needs a little bit more time. Nickrat, he may have to pull the boys to protect that Reaper. We'll see. Likewise, the command center is going to be exposed. Here we go, 2 Reapers that have arrived. They get spotted. Just barely. Nickrat, he pulls away. Oh, does get shot at. And there we go. The boys are being pulled. And with that, Nickrat, he should be okay. He will lose the building SCV, but he will survive. No major losses here, just a delay on the command center. Bearing in mind that Spirit's command center is already delayed as well. Ooh, and is off center. It's a little bit off center. It's all good. Can always be lifted. Hellion has arrived. Despite that, Spirit, he's going in once again. He wants to delay, and he will. SV goes down for a second time. Nice pick off here from Spirit. Waiting for our next wave of reinforcements. Spirit has to be so careful not to bunch up those Reapers. Doesn't want that Hellion to get too much splash damage. And Spirit does pull away. And now we can settle it. Now, as it all settles here, Spirit, he does actually get faster progression here on the command center, so even though he went for a later CC, it's going to be faster than that of Nickrat. Likewise, thanks to that SCV damage, thanks to killing 3 workers, Spirit does take a worker lead. So all in all, that was worth it. That was the goal. The goal of this build here was to get ahead economically, and Spirit has done so. Faster command center and higher worker count. So far it was a successful build here from Spirit. Now it's going to be on Nickrat to try to punish. Bearing in mind, Nickrat, he does have a stronger army. Like in a head-on fight, I do favor Nickrat. He has more Hellions, he has more splash damage. He can break through this, or he can try. But now they're staying back at home, ensuring that the CC finishes first. He doesn't know. The problem here is that if he moves out, it's very possible that Spirit, he might not be at home, he might be at the 3rd, and he might be waiting to go in. So Nickrat, he's trapped. Behind this, going to Cyclones, Liberator. And now we can embrace the mid-game. We're getting it. We are getting to our mid-game. Nickrat, now that he's safe at home with the Cyclone, he now moves out. By the time he does, Spirit, he's fine. He has Marines to support. He can hold the line, and he will. Spirit is in position. While Nickrat distracts at the natural, Liberator goes into the main. Liberator has arrived. Cyclone's in position. We'll shut this down. Spirit, he defends. And Nickrat, he's still looking for more damage here. The Cyclone is going to try to force his way in. Upper ramp into a concave. Cyclone does help, but the tank has arrived just in time. And Spirit holds. Spirit he holds. Necrat he rallies more across the map. He can maybe get within range of some of the production, of maybe the depots. But again, Necrat he's pressured to find some kind of damage here. So we get some decent positioning here. Decent. Yeah, disable is done. Disables the tanks. Spirit moves forward and he's within range. He wants that tank. He's going to get it as well. Oof. Massive pickup. And Necrat's in trouble here. He is in a bit of trouble. He's been hyper aggressive. It just hasn't been worth it. Spirit, he breaks out. He's out of his contain. Did lose one Raven. Okay. One Raven did fall. Necrat jumping into the main. Main army gets scattered. Going for the main base. Delays the CC. Oh no! Rallies into the main army. Viking goes down. And we're waiting for that Stim timing. Stim is about to finish. Then Spirit can commit. Back at home, Necrat working on his own third CC. Trying to catch Spirit out. Trying to catch him out. Oh. We'll siege. So far, keeping it with each other. And honestly, this is good. Like, for Necrat, I should say. He's not killing anything, but he's forcing the siege out of Spirit. He's delaying the push. Even though Necrat is down when it comes to the army supply, down in economy, he's delaying the move out. But actually moving forward here, in between the bases. Risky position for Necrat. He could get surrounded. Yeah, Spirit, he collapses in. Dustin forward, Vikings, they land in time. Tanks, they are protected. And can Necrat take this? Despite the surround, disables are late. Here come the auto turrets. And Spirit will clean this up. He will clean this up. Takes down the tanks, takes down the Liberators. That was a messy fight. Again, the Ravens were late. That could have been a little bit cleaner. And where exactly are we? Okay. We gotta take stock. First things first, we have two tanks, and two tanks for both players. Viking lead here for Necrat, Raven lead for Spirits. I do have a lot of value in those Ravens. They have so much potential, so much utility. Spirit, he's on the third base. He's got a fully saturated third base. Necrat just now finishing up his own. So the fights were very close, that is true, and the armies are comparable, but Spirit with a greater economy will skyrocket ahead. Coming into the mid game, he should be able to extend the supply lead that he already has. It should be looking even greater now that he's up a base. It takes a while for that to kick in. It takes a while for the supplies to really show, but this base is huge here for Spirit. Now he's pushing. Now he's moving out, and the goal, the win condition for Spirit, delay the third. Delay the third for as long as possible. He already has his own. Contain Necrat. Vikings moving in. And the tanks are within range. Yeah, GG gets called. Necrat, he cannot expand. And Spirit, he will take the game. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Spirit, he claims another win. Takes down Necrat, and Spirit, he now embraces a 6-game win streak. GG. Okay, he's a third of the way through. He's more than a third of the way through. Spirit does take that 6th win. I see someone asking in the chat, is it 5-0 now? Not exactly. As someone is stating in the chat, shout to Slower Run. Of course, we do have a King of the Hill style format. What does that mean? That means best of ones. Best of one, winner stays on, loser is eliminated, and you only make money for getting a win. So for every win you get, you earn more and more prize money, essentially. Yeah, more money depending on that win count. And so far, Spirit, he has 6 wins in a row. And so far, no one has been able to bring him down. And we have thrown some big names at Spirit, and Spirit, he has not faltered, has been looking solid, looking very strong, looking very powerful. And now we throw another heavy hitter at Spirit. Solar couldn't bring him down, but who's up next? We have a Korean Terran player here. Let's go. It's the man himself. It's ByuN. Let's go. It's gonna be Spirit versus ByuN in our next best of 1. Let's go. Let us go. ByuN is stepping into the ring. He sees Spirit's win streak. He wants that money for himself. He wants that win. Let's go. Gonna be another TVT. This one, I'm expecting to be a little bit more chaotic. ByuN, he has a very active style of TVT. Very active, very aggressive. He's more than happy to proxy, more than happy to cheese. Likewise, very bio heavy as well. More medevacs, less Vikings. We'll see if we can get there. We will see how Spirit does compare. Here we go. Go. As the players are getting ready. Now, as a reminder, the way this format works here is that Spirit, he is going to have the one veto available to him, and it's going to be up to ByuN here to set up. Oh no! Oh no! A little bit unfortunate here. Actually, double checking. Let me just check the. Yeah, I assume so. So, for those that are curious, there is another event going on at the moment. That is the Team Liquid map contest, the TLMC group stage. And I was a little bit concerned about it, but there is a bit of a scheduling conflict, and as a result, Spirit, he is playing later on tonight, and it looks like he won't be available here to continue his streak. He had a good performance, he had a really good run here, getting 6 wins in a row, and technically, Spirit, he will go undefeated, but alas, we will be having a replacement player here, as Spirit is getting ready for his TLMC match. That does mean that we are going to be having a replacement player instead. Let's go. Let us go. So from here, we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. We will be getting our opponents ready here for ByuN. So it's still going to be ByuN, but ByuN against another player instead. We'll see you soon. See you soon, Papa. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill number 202. We have returned. We are getting up to the halfway mark here of the broadcast. We have returned with our 7th match, with our 7th best of 1. And we have a fresh set of players as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Here we go. And if you're in the chat, predictions, they are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As a reminder, some of you might be wondering, hold up. What's going on exactly? Where did Spirit go? Where did he leave us? As we're moving on with the SCV. But Spirit, unfortunately, he was unable to continue his performance here. He went on a very nice win streak of 6 games in a row. But unfortunately, Spirit, his schedule is very jam-packed here tonight. He is competing in the TLMC, the Team Liquid Map Contest, and I believe his match is coming up soon, momentarily, so he will have to compete in the TLMC. Meanwhile, we instead have ByuN and Trigger stepping up to the plate. Now, ByuN with that SCV does go around the edge, does go for the eBay block here at the natural. So far, so good. Does delay the expansion. And Trigger, he will have to respond with a Zealot. A Zealot is on the way. Will, of course, eventually expand. You can see Trigger, he does not want to take a unnatural natural, doesn't want to expand elsewhere. But that's a lot of progression. That's a lot of progression here on the eBay. That's going to be a massive delay on the expansion for Trigger. A nice start for ByuN. A very nice start for the Terran. And Trigger, he's going to be stuck on one base that much longer. So big delay here for Trigger. So he does swipe away at that eBay. Back at home, ByuN going for the CC on the high ground just to be safe, just to be secure. Just to make sure that Trigger doesn't get across the map and doesn't wreak havoc. And now we're settling in. And again, this is just a big delay. it's just Trigger, I mean, you can see here he's got 400 minerals. He wants to expand. Eventually he will. Eventually. There we go. Nexus now on the way. A delayed start for Trigger. Does move out across the map. Again, the goal of this move out is to delay the CC, but that's why ByuN has his CC on the high ground. That's why he's safe and sound. Go. Likewise, Trigger, he does attempt to commit. Back at home, going for a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink is the take of choice for our Protoss player. It's going to be our take of choice. So moving in. So far, nothing too major. And with that, ByuN can now slowly expand, getting to his 1-1 run, getting into a Widowmine drop follow-up. Again, it's not an aggressive follow-up, it was a single gas opener, so just a Widowmine drop here to scout, to get some damage done, and to get a read, more importantly, on what Trigger is up to. We know that it's Blink, but alas, ByuN is in the dark. ByuN is unaware, likewise has to confirm how many gateways. There's 2 gates in the main, and only 2 gates in the main, so 2 gate Blink for the time being. This can lead into a faster 3rd Nexus, or Trigger could throw down extra gateways to commit even harder. We'll see how aggressive Trigger's going to be. Meanwhile, the mine drop is amassing. Head up safe in the shade. Here we go, Widowmine towards the left-hand side. Trigger does not get in. Trigger, he is deflected, and ByuN, he doubles back with the Widowmines. Okay. Does double back. Trigger looks like he is going for the economic build. I mean, it makes sense after a rough start is to go 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. So Trigger, he's cutting corners. He's cutting corners. He is being a little bit risky here. Is rushing into that 3rd. That does mean that Trigger will have that much less to defend. It's a handful of gateway units. Mine drop is coming in. And again, this shouldn't really deal too much damage. Trigger, he should react in time. And he's ready for this. Does pull away. Takes out the first Widowmine. Second mine shot is, not going to quite go up. But the medevac will barely escape. Blink finishing up in a couple of seconds. Not in time, and ByuN gets away. ByuN gets away. Trigger defends. ByuN is aware of Blink. And from here, we can embrace the mid-game. ByuN getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. Working towards stim, working towards tank production. Likewise, Trigger also setting up back at home. Getting to his own follow-up here. Blink Stalker into +1 and charge. Not into Colossus, but into a more gateway-heavy composition. Getting into more gates instead. Hydro coming back in. Ooh, does unload in time. Does borrow, but shouldn't get much done. Ooh, gets a probe. Gets one worker. Likewise, Trigger, he is containing his opponent, at least looking to. He can't really break this position. There is no bunker, but none of Stalkers really punish ByuN. So Trigger is stuck outside. And just focusing on building up. Gateway explosion. There's the base, so it's going to be +1 charge into delayed Colossus. But he's still working in that direction. And ByuN, he won't move out without his upgrades. We're waiting for stim, waiting for combat shields. Once the upgrades finish, then ByuN can push. Until then, it's stuck at home. Till then, is going to be stuck at home. Still building up. Right here comes the siege. ByuN does attempt to break out. Attempt to so far. Nice pickoff. Takes down 2 of those adepts. Remember, he has stim. He can be active. And the Colossus are not ready. And the goal here is the 4th. He wants that 4th base. We see Trigger trying to go for another warp in. Doesn't have much to work with. Here comes that Raven. Going for the missile turret. Sorry, going for the anti-armor missile. It does shred the armor. Massive. Oh my god. Massive connection. Covers everything, and the base is going to go down. There's no saving the 4th. The 4th is cancelled, and ByuN keeps going. Ooh, does run into the Colossus. Colossus does arrive just in time. Marauders are pinned back. ByuN dropping into the main. Does commit in. Going for the production. With that going on, Trigger should clean this up. He takes down the tanks. The first 2 tanks are going to be going down. And Trigger, he will hold. He will hold. He will shut down this army. Oh, I spoke too soon. ByuN steps in. The Colossus, no shot. Even with half the army, by the way. Colossus goes down, half the army in the main. And ByuN is pulling Trigger apart. He has done it. He has broken his back. Probes are falling left and right. Bearing in mind the 4th base was denied. Massive mine shots here on the workers. And there's still more probes going down in the main. Trigger, he cannot sustain these losses. 27 probe kills. And last, ByuN, he just keeps rallying. He just keeps going. And he's already broken the back here of Trigger. Trigger, he cannot keep up, cannot sustain these losses. And ByuN's not done. He's going to keep going. Going to keep going. Breaks the 3rd. Chasing down even more probes. 36 workers going down. 36! Colossus moves down from the high ground. Honestly, is exposed. Marauders, they can just go for the dive. And takes down another Stalker. Takes down a Stalker. Forced to pick up. Technically, Trigger does hold, but what's he holding on to? Is down to 29 workers, barely an economy. Essentially 1.5 base economy here. And ByuN is so close to just breaking Trigger, to just having him topple over. Just waiting for more reinforcements, moving in with the Marauders. And Trigger, he can't do much here. The Colossus are good, but they need support. As these Colossus, they're so exposed. They're so vulnerable. They need some kind of buffer here. Warping in more sentries. Building up his army. ByuN does rally. Mine drop into the middle. Oh, god. 7, 8 probe kills. Saves 3 of the Wooden Mines. Keeps going, takes down the closest. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and ByuN, he will take game number 1, claiming his first win of the night. GG. GG. ByuN, he will claim his first win. Congratulations. Again, we had a reset in a way, or in a sense, where Spirit, he did have to step out. He did have to step out when it comes to the event, but ByuN and Trigger stepped in. ByuN will claim the win, and ByuN is our new King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played, ByuN. He's going to be our new king. And the question becomes, who's up next? Who will rise to the challenge here? I mean, Spirit has been already having an amazing time. We'll see if ByuN can replicate that success. We'll see. We shall see. As our players are getting ready. Oh, let's go! And we're heading over to the Americas region. It's going to be one of our favorites here on the channel. It's going to be another ZVT, but it's going to be ByuN up against El Chamaco himself. It's going to be ByuN versus Cham in a Zerg versus Terran. Let's go. Again, I love to see that Cham has been more active over the past couple of months. He's been much more active, much more prevalent in online tournaments, including events like this, including the OSC King of the Hill. Let's go. Including that King of the Hill format. So we'll see how Cham compares. Honestly, like Cham, he's, I want to say, almost favored in this kind of setting. With purely best of ones, Cham is such an unpredictable player. He's so aggressive, he's so wild, he's so chaotic, and he can thrive. He can thrive in this kind of setting. I want to believe. I do want to believe. Once we get our players ready, I should say. So our players, they need a little bit of time here to set up. As we are halfway through. We're halfway through the broadcast. We're getting to our 8th best of 1 out of 15. Out of 15. Is Catching him in the chat? Spirit did not expect to go undefeated, so he thought he had time for both tournaments. No. It was too good, Bab. It was just too good. What could be done? But for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. We are going to give our players a moment to conduct their vetoes and to get everything ready before we jump into our next best of 1. So we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after this short break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain the disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back momentarily here with our 8th best of 1. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OSC King of the Hill weekly number 202. We were going to have our matchup between ByuN and Cham, but Cham is currently unavailable. I'm sure he will join us later on in the evening, but for now we have our replacement match, and here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our Ukrainian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Astronaut Esports. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. As I do jump into our fresh best of one, ByuN, he's got one win under his belt. He just took down Trigger, and now he's up against Night Phoenix. Let's go. Here we go. Of course, last game we had ByuN opening up with a very, we didn't really get to talk much about the last game, but of course, part of the reasoning as to why ByuN had such a powerful and such a, so much momentum, I should say, in that last game was the initial proxy eBay, was the eBay block, and was the delay on the expansion, and was just the disruptive start that Trigger had. It was just a bit of an awkward moment for him, but we'll see if Night Phoenix can recover. As we do have a little bit of latency here. It looks like Night Phoenix is potentially going to be lagging out. Hopefully everything's okay, and if we do end up losing Night Phoenix, hopefully we are able to recover and resolve this. Smurge. Smurge, papi Smurge. But hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully everything is okay from the side of Night Phoenix, and we're able to recover, and we're able to resume. Oh no. It all makes sense. Lights and the night. Conch, man. Conch. But we'll have to most likely remake here. And again, hopefully we're able to get Night Phoenix back. Hopefully everything's gonna be okay. Fingers crossed. Where is Cham? Good question. Cham is currently unavailable, but Cham should be, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cham in the upcoming matches. That'll be okay. Do restart. Oh, good. As looks like Night Phoenix is still with us, thankfully. It looks like it was not. It looks like it wasn't necessarily internet related, but it looks like the game crashed. So the game did crash, but Night Phoenix is still with us, and we are able to jump back into game number 1. Or into our next game. Let's go. Once we can get into our intros, we can then settle into our predictions. We'll get there. Here we go. We are jumping back in. Again, bottom right, we have ByuN. Top left, we have Night Phoenix, and ByuN has that 1-0 lead. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the best of one. This time, Night Phoenix does have a much more comfortable start to the game. There's no crazy eBay block. There's no disruption of the build. So Night Phoenix can be a little bit more comfortable here. At the same time, though, ByuN opens up with a more aggressive start. Double gas opening here out of ByuN. Going for a delayed CC, going for a faster factory, going for a more assertive opener. Now, Night Phoenix is aware. Night Phoenix does scout, does confirm the opener of choice, does confirm the tech at least, the fact that there are extra gases, and we should be seeing a safer response here from Night Phoenix. I'm referring to a 3-gate blink opener from our Protoss. Especially on the smaller map, especially on Whispers of Gold. Again, this map is quite small, short rush distance by ground. This is known for being more of a rush map. Oh! As the SCV is saved. And the probe is brought down. Likewise, ByuN checking for proxies, does check the third base location before moving out. And back at home, Night Phoenix does open up a depth. Does go for the initial depth. Getting in position. Oh, and I was expecting a bit of a safer opener, but no, that is not the case. We do have a Stargate out of Night Phoenix instead. Interesting. Going to be a Stargate opener here. In it towards, I would imagine, Blink. Sorry, Blink, but Stargate opener into, I would imagine, Oracle. We could go Phoenixes, though. I mean, hey, it's not true. It is Night Phoenix. We're going Phoenixes, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Phoenixes are on the way. ByuN moving out. Oh.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause. Oh, okay. Looks like there may have been a bit of an issue when it came to the crash. When it came to the reset. What is that? What is happening? Oh no. God.
Game resumed. Additional supply depots required.
Okay, we're back. We are back. So far, ByuN does move out. Does hit the mineral line. Oh! So just picking up the hotkeys. Getting 4 probe kills so far. 4 or 5. Oh, God. 4 or 5 of the 6 probes towards the end. Likewise, at the same time, that does get into the main. And we'll get surrounded here. Just get 3 SCVs, so at least we get some counter damage. But despite that, ByuN does take the edge here. Taking 6 workers in total. Behind this, I believe ByuN did not scout the opener. Checking the vision here. ByuN, he did not get into the main. Is going to be Phoenixes at Night Phoenix. Oh boy. First Oracle moves out. Oracle into Phoenix. Stalkers, they do hit the natural. Oh, the mine shot. Critical connection. Stalker goes down. Stalker does fall. Night Phoenix does slip into the main. Gets 1 more SCV. Does distract ByuN. Stalker's the natural. And so far, causing a lot of chaos. SCVs are falling. 3 more SCV kills. Not bad. Oh, no. Has to be careful. If Night Phoenix did commit, would have been locked in. Phoenix rallies into the main army. Takes a lot of damage. Oh, no! Oh, my God. Not worth it here. Does do some splash damage. It did not kill any SCVs. That was not worth it for Night Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. Phoenixes are expensive, baby. They're expensive. And we're going Phoenix into a Robo, what looks to be into Colossus. So. Is going to be Phoenix Colossus here out of Night Phoenix. Likewise, ByuN does move out. And ByuN is going into not just his initial buy push out, but into Cloak Banshee. Let's go. Banshees are on the way, checking the vision here of Night Phoenix. Night Phoenix did not scout the tech, did not scout the setup. Not aware of what's going on. Is massing up Phoenixes, that is true. ByuN is moving out. Does check the third. Takes down the pylon. Oof, another mine shot goes off. Remember, there's no blink. And Night Phoenix without shield batteries. I don't see a hold here. I don't see that happening. There's a couple of Phoenixes, a couple of Stalkers. Boys may have to be pulled. Even then, there are some force fields. So far, Night Phoenix holding the line. Does hold. Whew. And does defend. Army starts steps forward, does get one of the Phoenixes, takes down the Stalkers. And we do see ByuN trading with the army, and throughout all of this, yeah, GG gets pulled just too much. At the same time, Banshee into the main. And ByuN takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take the game, does claim another win here. Unfortunately, Night Phoenix was getting some economic damage, but the problem was that Night Phoenix was throwing away a lot of supply, throwing away a lot of units to get that damage done. Did mean that Night Phoenix was vulnerable back at home. No shield battery, no defensive setup either, and ByuN just overwhelmed. Did overwhelm then and there with that. GG, well played. And ByuN will maintain that throne. Let's go. mean to press that. We'll maintain that throne. That is going to lead us into our next matchup here. No surprise here as we see, or as we notice, ByuN's opponent in the chat, Luna C. The Korean Protoss is going up against the Korean Terran. Let's go. It's going to be ByuN versus Lunacy coming up next. Again, we're big fans of Lunacy here. Big fans of Lunacy, of course. Lunacy is a Korean Protoss player, is very aggressive, very unique when it comes to his play. And we'll see if he can get, if he can pull a fast one over on ByuN. We shall see. So they are going to be getting ready. They are setting up. The TVPs continue. We've had a lot of TVPs today, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. A lot of Terran versus Protoss. We'll see how Lunacy compares. Again, we're most likely going to be seeing a Cham later on in the evening. We'll get there, don't you worry. Now we have our TVP. And they are deciding on their first map. Again, the current King of the Hill gets one veto, and then the opponent, the challenger, is going to be getting their map of choice from there. Oh, and we have our lobby, we have our map. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? We're going to be loading into Romanticide. Okay, for the second time tonight. Romanticide is, of course, a larger map in the map pool, very large map, known for longer macro games. Curious if Lunacy is going to make use of that, or if we do try to be more aggressive here. What's it going to be? What I mean by that, there's a lot of proxy locations, and Lunacy, he is one to be cheesy at times, cheeky even. So we load into our next game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Romanticide, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify with a two-game win streak. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Teal Protoss player from South Korea, our new challenger, our would-be usurper. It is Luna C. Pressure is on. Let's go. We do open up and we settle in. Now again, welcome one also Romanticide. It's been years since Romanticide has been in the tournament map pool. It's been a very long time, but we are here, we are back, and we'll see how Lunacy will approach this. As I mentioned before, the rush distance by ground is quite long. It's a long rush distance by ground, very defendable natural, very defendable third base as well. There are ramps coming into these expansions, so it does make it awkward to push into. The fourth base is more exposed. True, the fourth base is more wide open here in the center, and even towards the top side as well. There are multiple angles of attack, but in general, we do expect a longer game state on Romanticide. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see if that's what Lunacy's plan is going to be. That is the plan. Likewise, ByuN going for a single gas makes sense. On a larger map, going for an economic opener. It should be a Rax into expansion. More economic or greedy start here by ByuN. Likewise, Lunacy going gate into Cybercore into Nexus. So standard opener from our Protoss. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. And as we get into this, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. ByuN is coming in as the favorite player, that is true, but in a best of one, anything is possible. Anything can and will happen. I want to believe in the power of the sea. I want to believe that. I want to believe. Getting into our next game. So far, so good. Again, just Rax expand, economic opener, going for the 1-1-1 follow-up. No crazy 2-1-1 or 3 Rax or anything like that. Meanwhile, Lunacy, despite the larger map, I was expecting something like a Stargate, but no, it's going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of our Protoss player, not Stargate play. I would say it's safer to open Stargate on a map like this, but not the case here. Not for Lunacy. Meanwhile, Hallucination does move out across the map. Go here as a scout to get a read on what's going on. We'll get eyes on the production, on the lack of add-ons. So is aware there's no crazy Cyclone opener. Most likely, especially with the revelation of the Marines, it's going to be a Widowmine drop setup here instead. Let's see, does confirm. Back at home is getting ready. We have 2 gates in the main, so 2-gate blink into a third would make the most sense here. On the side of Lunacy. Ellie in position to scout. And Lunacy should soon look to expand. Now, when it comes to this drop, this is going to be more committed. It is not just a singular Widowmine drop, it is Widowmines alongside the Marines as well. The goal here should be to get economic damage. The drop is spotted, the drop is scouted. Hailing gets zoned away. Lunacy, he's aware of the drop. Despite that, member did only open up 2 gate, so it can only warp in 2 units at a time. Gonna have less to work with. ByuN, he wants that economic damage, he wants those probes. Does drop in. Does drop into the base. It does try to respond. We got slow warp-ins here at the natural. 3 probes going down already. The mine shot. Oh my god, brutal connection. Gets one of the adepts. And so far, good trade here for ByuN. Trades well. Likewise, busts into the main. Does focus down another probe. He gets 4 workers in total. Gets up to 5. 5 probes go down, and most of the Marines survive. And with that, ByuN is pinned back in the corner of the map, and we have more aggression coming in. We have the Raven harass for the auto turrets. Likewise, ByuN building up his tank counts, getting ready back at home. Is going for a more delayed stim here, but just a stim to follow up here. Just tanks, into stim, into eventually a 3rd expansion. So this is all just economic damage. ByuN is still building up. Likewise, the Lunacy going for the Robo follow-up here, most likely into Colossus, I would imagine. Models on the way. Models on the way. Extra gateways being thrown down. Lunacy being somewhat active, but so far ByuN should be perfectly fine back at home. Like, he's fortified on 2 bases. He isn't expanding or he isn't moving out anytime soon, not without his upgrades. And again, we should soon be seeing a 3rd CC. If we see 2 more Raxes, that's going to be a tell that ByuN is just going to go for a 2-base all-in. Unlikely to happen on Romantic side. We're just expecting like the mid-game. ByuN, he has been crazy before. It's true. Has been crazy. Goes towards the natural. As upgrades are about to finish up, we're still waiting here for the command center for ByuN, as he has the money for it. Does have the money. There's the bay here on the way for Lunacy. Scan reveal saturation at the 3rd. And as ByuN moves out, should expand. So he does break out there. It is 3rd CC's on the way. He's expanding. As he moves out, we do see 2 adepts shading in towards that natural. It's an opening. The SCVs, but the last ByuN, he does respond. And ByuN, he doesn't really lose much at all here. He defends well. Even catching out the Stalkers. Oh my god. That should not have happened. Gets a Stalker. And back at home, Lunacy actually never quite got a Colossus. I assumed it was going to be Robo into Bay, but no, it was into Charge and +1. Drop comes in, drop distracts, and there's not that many Zealots here. Uh-oh. And Missile Start goes off. Anti-armor missile goes off. And with that, ByuN sims in, takes down the Zealots. Tanks will siege, he's getting within range of the Stalkers. Yeah, massive tank shots going off. Stalkers, they crumble. And Lunacy cannot push into this, not like this. He's trying to. Widowmine doesn't quite connect. Zealots, they try to come in from behind. Reinforcements have arrived and ByuN breaks through. He breaks through the defensive line, takes down the Immortal, takes down the Robo as well. And there's just not enough to defend. Not enough Zealous, not enough Warpins. Lunacy was not ready for this. Despite the charge follow-up, just barely any Zealots. Barely any charge also ready for this. Now they're coming in, but it's too late. The Mind Shells, they connect. And ByuN won't be stopped. He won't be stopped. He breaks through the main army. Boys are being pulled after the fact. Oh no, the boys! They push into the tanks. They're all going to go down. They get annihilated. 40 probes going down. And there's only a handful of Stalkers. The Marauders, they make short work of them as well. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take down Lunacy, will claim another win. GG. GG, well played, ByuN. He will claim another win here. Again, ByuN, he was able to catch Lunacy a little bit unawares. He caught out the Stalkers in the center of the map. Likewise, Lunacy, he was lacking Zealot Warpins. Despite going for +1, despite going for charge, he had like, I want to say 4 Zealots back at him to defend. Barely any, and it just wasn't enough to stop the tide, to stop the push of ByuN. Just didn't have what he needed. And GG. GG, well played, was overwhelmed then and there. And with that, ByuN does take the win, and we are getting 2/3 of the way through the broadcast. Okay. As we're getting ready for our 10th match of the night, 10 out of 15. Now, is Cham back? Is he ready? Is Cham ready? Or do we have another challenger? We do. We do have another challenger here. The TVPs continue. We're heading over to the Americas region, and we're going to be featuring a player that we do quite often on the channel, whether it's in our Open Cups or other Open events as well. It is going to be ByuN versus Shameless. Let's go. Shameless, of course, a very young player. He's an up-and-comer from the European region. Shameless has been getting a lot of really good results as of late, but is still the underdog in this series. ByuN is still the heavy favorite for good reason. There's a reason why he is on a win streak. There's a reason why he's the king of the hill. We'll see if Shameless can do what the other Protosses that have failed could not. Trigger, Nightmare, Lunacy, ByuN. He's already taken down 3 Protoss players tonight. Can Shameless overcome? Can he overcome this? Let's go. Shameless is up next. We have yet to feature too many of the other Polish players. I'm referring to, we haven't seen Geralt yet tonight. There's no Geralt. Potentially Wayne, Fiant, Mixu, there's a couple of others that we're looking at. Only one Zerg player so far. I'm hoping for some more Zerg action. I mean, we potentially have Cham in the future, but hoping for some more sprinkled in at some point would be nice. Which would be nice. Here we go. As it looks like we have our starting map once again, going to be loading into ley lines. As now we are jumping into our next best of 1. We're jumping into our next series here and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines. We have our blue Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, our new challenger. It is our new Protoss stepping up to the plate once again. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, sorry, South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify with a 3-game win streak. It is ByuN. We go. Getting to our next TVP. And again, so far, ByuN looking ByuNstoppable, if you will. Aha. Again, actually, fun fact, so far we've had purely Terran wins so far. We've had Spirit and ByuN popping off, claiming all the wins tonight. And ByuN, it looks like he will avoid the initial scout, and just like we saw against Trigger, we are setting up for what looks to be an eBay block. It's going to be a Rax back at home. SCV's moving in. Is coming in with a block. Now we saw that Trigger had a really awkward opener as a result. He went for the Zealot, he went for a very delayed expansion, and just a really shaky start in his own best of one. We'll see if that trend continues as ByuN does arrive and he throws down that eBay. Now Shameless, he will scout this a little bit ahead of time, and Shameless, instead, he's accepted his fate. He's going for the unnatural natural. Ooh, he attempts to. ByuN is here to block, he's here to stop. He's on patrol. Behind us we have a Zealot follow-up, and the double eBay, he's an animal. The double eBay block. Shameless just wants to expand. Let him expand, Pappy, let him go. Oh no. Smurge, Pappy, Smurge. As yeah, Shameless, he's checking. He wants the expansion, he wants the base. Zealot does swap out. And ByuN, he will cancel the third, recognizing that of course Shameless wants to take the natural. Zealot has arrived. The Reaper's on the way. The eBay. Oh, that's a kill. Oh, that should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. ByuN, otherwise distracted here with his Reaper. Not like this. Back at home is expanding, but that is a rough start for ByuN. That should not have happened. So excess minerals have been removed here for ByuN. And we have a Stargate opener out of Shameless. Okay. Okay, let him cook. We are going for a Stargate opener. I mean, Leylines is somewhat of a larger map, kind of. And ByuN is going for a faster command center, a later factory and later gases. So Shameless should be relatively safe to do so. Reaper dips in. Dips away. Let's pull away. Ooh, did I open predictions? No. I don't believe I... Yeah, I didn't believe I did. There we go. Predictions are now open. Place your best on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat for this best of one. Do apologize for the delayed predictions, but they're on the way nonetheless. And so far we've had a pretty stable setup. I mean, I say stable. On the one hand, Shameless, his expansion was heavily delayed. True, but on the other hand, ByuN lost an eBay. So there's a bit of a back and forth here. And again, as Shameless is going to be opening up Stargate into Phoenix, there's nothing to really threaten him. ByuN back at home is still building up. Ooh, Widowmine shot does connect with a very real Phoenix. Ay, ay, ay. And ByuN is following this up with Medevac drop and Cyclone. He is going to be pushing across the map. He has a lot of anti-air. ByuN, especially with a weakened Phoenix, he can break through this. He can get damage done. I am concerned for Shameless. I'm concerned Medevac has arrived. And ByuN, so far, taking a defensive stance. Let's get the lock on. And hold damage on the second Phoenix as well. Does get some good hold damage. Home, Shameless building up. Oh. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully all is well. As Shameless is trying to maintain map control, behind this going into a Robo, going into Immortals, going into what looks to be Phoenix Colossus, which you are quite vulnerable for an extended period of time. Does hit the mineral line, and ByuN, he doesn't care. ByuN, he ignores the Phoenixes. SCVs are going down, and he just commits. He just commits across the map. What do we have to defend? Oh. It's back at home. We have a shield battery. We have an Immortal. I mean, the Immortals will help, 100%. The Immortals, they will help in the defense. This might be enough. Second Immortal's on the way. Did you get a lock on? ByuN rotating in. Does trigger the shields. Shields are triggered. A mine just going up here on the Widowmine. Sorry, on the Phoenix. Phoenixes are going to be going down. All three of them, all four of them even. Phoenix kind of gets resets, but the Immortal holds. The Ground Army does defend at a cost, though, as 10 workers go down. It was a distraction. Liberated into the main base, ByuN pulling Shameless apart, and ByuN is deflected, but ByuN, he dealt critical damage. Didn't kill his opponent, but didn't need to. Didn't need to kill Shameless. Remember, ByuN back at home, he has a proper 2-base saturation. Bunkers on the way. Shameless, he counterattacks. Back at home, ByuN is secure. Looking at the install stab here, ByuN, he killed 4 Phoenixes, 11 workers for mainly Marine and a Cyclone. So better trade for ByuN. ByuN does take an economic lead. Behind this, Shameless trying to work towards Colossus. The bay is done, getting to a 3rd base. Shameless needs time. Shameless needs time to recover. ByuN likewise going for his own 3rd TC. And what's scary here is that the 3rd base for ByuN is actually lined up with the 3rd base of Shameless. Typically, the Protoss player wants to be up a base. They want to be up an expansion, but that is not the case here. ByuN does have the economic lead over Shameless. And that puts a little pressure on the Protoss to do some counter damage. To go for a Zealot run by, Zealot drops, Stalker harass, Phoenixes of course, but the problem is the Phoenix count is very low. Phoenixes, they can't really do much here. Observer gets caught, Widowmines and turrets are in position. Phoenixes, they do dip in. They don't get much done. Again, there's just not enough of them. Not anymore. Scan reveals the 3rd. And does not get eyes on the Colossus. We can see here Shameless intentionally does hide the Colossus. But ByuN can assume. ByuN can assume. We'll move out. Drop into the main. Shameless is in position. He's ready here at the ramp. Drop does slip in. Does get some worker damage. Phoenix is going to be targeted down. He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. There's 1 Phoenix left. Army dives in. Tanks will siege. And he wants that Colossus. He's going to get it as well. We're too close. Yeah, he does rally too close in. Tank volleys go up and everything goes down. GG gets called. Shameless is broken. And ByuN will take Shameless down and claim another win. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will take the game. Shameless, unfortunately, he got punished very early on. Did open Phoenix, that is true, but alas, was unable to defend against the main push. He lost so many Phoenixes early on in the game, and remember the distraction as that was happening. We had the Liberator getting 10 probe kills in the main. 10 workers went down. Shameless's economy was crippled, and ByuN took a lead from that moment forward. With that, snowballed into a win. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take the win here, and with that, we're entering our final stretch here, the final third of the tournament. Can anyone stop ByuN? Who's next? Who is next? We've been throwing Protoss players at ByuN. Do we have any Terrans? Do we have any Zergs? Who is remaining here? Who are we missing? I'm thinking of players like Baby Marine. True, Baby Marine, he has been popping off. I'm thinking of other players like Geralt, for example, like where is El Chamaco when we need him? Who is going to step up? Oh boy. Who is going to step up to the plate here? So we are getting ready. Oh, okay. Looks like we have our next challenger. Once again, though, is going to be another TVP. This player here is another up-and-coming player. He's also been on the radar of a lot of other players and a lot of other teams as well. Did recently join Elite Esports. I'm not referring to Fire. I'm referring to his new teammates, referring to... Hold on. Let me double check. Oh wait, no. For some reason I was thinking of Nikic. Not quite Fire, but my apologies. He's going to be, of course, representing CSO Esports, not Alien Esports. Is going to be UED Soldier. Let's go. Not a Terran player. But UD Soldier is coming up next. Again, another one of these up-and-coming players. We've been mainly featuring UD Soldier in Firegrow Cup. If you've been watching over the past couple of months, you'll know that UD Soldier, his PvZ is brutal. Month after month, we've seen UD Soldier take down players like Young Yakov and take down players like Wayne and threaten them time and time again. UD Soldier, I would say his best matchup is PvZ. I'll be honest, I haven't seen too much of his PvT though. Is it anywhere near as good? Can he keep up with a player like ByuN? In a best of one, anything is possible. Anything is possible. We're getting ready. We're jumping in. And, once again, for I believe the third, if not fourth time tonight, we're going to be loading into Romanticide. We have yet to experience maps like Gresvan. Still no Gresvan here tonight, but we are going into Romanticide instead. Getting ready here for our 11th match of the night. Let's go. Let's go. So we'll have a lovely day out there. Ah, yes, have a lovely day. Good day, baby. Good day. Oh. As we do have, I guess, an intense period here where we're getting into OSC King of the Hill, and I believe in a couple of hours we're going to be live with Code for Giants Cup as well. Oh boy, the StarCraft continues. That's going to be in around 9 hours time. True. 9 hours. Should be able to get some sleep. Should be okay. Should be okay. That is, of course, our Brazilian bi-weekly tournament. Here we go, we're jumping into our next matchup here, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Romanticide, we have our current reigning King of the Hill, the Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Green Protoss player representing CSO Esports. It is UD Soldier. Let's go. PvTs do continue. Once again, welcome one more to Romanticide. We've been able to feature this map quite often here tonight. It is one of the older maps of the map pool. Romanticide was around back in 2021, going into 2022, many years ago at this point, and was known for its longer macro games as well. Despite that, we actually haven't really seen much macro here on Romanticide. We did feature Jumi on this map earlier, we did feature Lunacy as well, and now UD Soldier. And more often than not, we've seen these more aggressive kind of mid-game pushes break the Protoss. We've seen both ByuN and Spirit be quite successful with that, for different reasons, I should say. If you remember, Jumi, he was caught in the center, right here in the center of the map. He was caught out. He lost everything in a brutal fight. Meanwhile, Lunacy, he had a bit of a rougher start, and as a result, his early game defense was lacking. He did not have enough zealots here to deal with the tank push, and Lunacy also did fall. But now we have UD Soldier. Now we have our Green Protoss stepping into the ring. And do we open up Stargate? Do we open up Twilight Council? On a large map and a very defendable map like Romanticide, I would not be opposed to a Stargate opener, but ByuN, interestingly enough, does open up Double Gas. The last time we saw ByuN on this map, he did go for an economic opener, this time something more aggressive. Double Gas, faster factory. This could lead into earlier Cyclones, earlier tank drop, Banshee play as well. There are a lot of aggressive options here for ByuN. My eyes are going to be on our Terran here. How does this all come together? And what does ByuN punish? Now, this can also lead into a hard counter. If it is a Stargate opener into Phoenix, because of ByuN's more aggressive start, he can scout, he can respond with something like a committed Cyclone push. So UD Soldier has to be very careful here, considering he didn't scout. UD Soldier doesn't know what's going on, didn't probe scout, is in the dark. And we have a factory. I don't know if you saw, he started Hellion, cancelled, Widowmine cancelled, and now did prioritize the starport and cancels the Widowmine once again. So a little bit indecisive here from ByuN. A little bit as he's trying to bring this all together here. Regardless, is setting up for a mine drop initially, not an early add-on. Reapers are moving out. Double Reaper into the main. They do break past the sentry, getting into the mineral line, and they confirm the Twilight Council. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of the UD Soldier. ByuN is aware. And from here, getting 3, getting 4 probes already. Can he get 5? Oh my god! This is getting out of hand. 5 workers go down, more than should have. Cleans up with Reapers, but that was a very nice start for ByuN. Already, a good start, a good opener. Likewise, going for a Widowmine drop, but the hallucination does confirm the mines, so alas, UD Soldier should be aware. It's going to be a double Widowmine drop here from the side of ByuN. Getting to reactor marine production to be more defensive back at home. And we'll see if UD Soldier can keep up. Interesting. He does not. He's going for a total. Oh my god. He's going for an all-in. I just assumed it was going to be Twilight Council into Blink, but no. UD Soldier is going Twilight Council into Charge. Gateway explosions on the way. Let's go. We have 4 gates on the way. 2 gates already done. It's going to be 2 base, 6 gate all-in. You can see here. What does he do? He pulls out a gas. What does that mean? That means we can afford more gateways. We should go up to 8. Right now we have 7. There it is. 8. 8 gates on the way. It's all or nothing. This is what I've been waiting for. You're up against a favorite player in a best of 1. Just send it, papi. Just send it. Go for the all-in. Commit. And we'll see if UD Soldier can catch ByuN with his pants down. But now ByuN does dip in. He does scout 2 gates at the natural, and he sees everything. He confirms the gate count, and he also sees limited mining gas. Limited mining here. Mine shots going off. Probes are going down. ByuN is somewhat aware. And UD Soldier has to bring this all together. Now, as you can see, I believe UD Soldier, he pulled into gas just for show. He pulled into gas just to make it look like he was macroing, but ByuN doesn't fall for it. The reason for this, he saw the gateway count. He saw the gates. That's all he needed to see. So back at home, we have a bunker in the main, bunker in the natural. We're walling up. We're walling off with depots, tanks on the high ground. It's not going to be easy to break. ByuN is getting ready. Yeah, he fully walls off with that eBay. SimCity is exactly what he needs, and it's all or nothing for UD Soldier. He either kills ByuN or he dies trying. Ropes up. I mean, the wall is solid. Mass repair of the bunker. Bunker does go down. Zelta breaking in. Water tower does tank a lot of shots. Zelta break through the SCVs, trying to get on top of the tank, but there might just be too much here. Yeah, the Bio Army does hold the line. Zelta getting on top of the tank. Target firing, though. Takes out the Stalkers, and there's none of Zealots. None of Zealots are here. He does get the tank, just barely, but there's a second tank behind this. Viking does arrive, and ByuN shuts down the push. He shuts down the all-in. Does lose 18 SCVs in the process, but has momentum on his side. What does he have? He has +1 on the way. Chases down the Prism. Prism goes down. ByuN holds. ByuN does hold. It wasn't the cleanest of holds. ByuN did lose tanks, did lose SCVs. UD Soldier, has he done enough? He's going for the second wave. let's go. UD Soldier, what does he do? Doesn't take gases, doesn't expand, it doesn't pull into gas. No. It's time for wave and round 2. Let's go. Now, it's going to be weaker, is the problem. Round 2 is going to be weaker here as a result. ByuN, he's getting more tanks, working towards stim, building up more bio, has a Widowmine behind the bunker. Bunker is rebuilt, ByuN re-walls. And this time, there's no Stalkers for added DPS. Zealots, they try to charge in, and they will break down that bunker. No repairs this time. Yeah, late repair by ByuN. Zealots, they try to break through. Brutal missile goes off. And the Zealots, they melt. They melt completely. Oh, God. The anti missile is brutal. Missile was insane. GG gets caught. ByuN, he holds. ByuN, he does take down and survives the all-in. Takes down UD Soldier. GG. Ooh, GG. Well played. ByuN, he will claim the win here. He will survive the all-in. And more importantly, as a reminder, ByuN, he scouted. Remember, he was able to get into the main base. He did see that gases were being mined, but what was more important is that he saw all the gateways. He saw the 2 gates at the natural, and he saw the gateway explosion in the main. And that was enough. That was enough to tell him, to let him know that, of course, there was an all-in coming, and that he would have to survive it. So he fully walled off. Beautiful defense there by ByuN, and ByuN holds. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next matchup. Up next, we have our new challenger here. No more Protoss. It is time for some Zerg action. Up next, we have ByuN versus GG Machine. Let's go. We're taking a break from the non-stop Terran versus Protoss, but I do appreciate that UD Soldier has something different. It was very refreshing, especially after all the 2-gate or 3-gate blink openers. We did have just a brutal 2-base all in instead. Got scouted and didn't quite work out, but I appreciate it nonetheless. So big shout out UD Soldier. Does break the mold. And now GG Machine will rise up to challenge instead. Let's rise up as our new challenger. ByuN now with 5 wins under his belt. Fun fact, I believe both ByuN and Spirit... Oh, no, sorry. Spirit, he got 6. So Spirit, he had 6 wins before he had to leave us. ByuN, he's got 5. Can he join Spirit with 6 wins? Can he exceed him and earn the most wins here tonight? We'll see. We shall see. Just catching up. Will not be surprised if it's non-stop TVP. We almost had non-stop TVP. Shout out to GG Machine. He steps in as a Zerg player. This will forever be my map of my favorite SC2 game, ByuN vs. Serral, Aces ROG 2020. Oh, let's go. It's really cool that you have that memory. I don't recall it, I'll be honest. I'm sure I watched it, but definitely something to look up once again. There's just been a lot of StarCraft over the years. Oh, here we go. Getting into our next game. And it's going to be on Neon Violet Square. Now, again, this is kind of like the go-to pick for Zerg. Because there are limited vetoes, this is a often vetoed map. This is the most vetoed map in the map pool. But we saw Solar on this map earlier versus Spirit. And now we see another Zerg player jumping on this map as quickly as they can. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Neon Violet Square, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify, the current king of the hill, with 5 wins under his belt. Can he gain another? Can he equalize with Spirit? It is ByuN. The game that Serral dived all his mutas into Widow Mines. Fair enough, fair enough. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the orange Zerg player. We have our new challenger. It is GG Machine. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our 12th match of the night. Let's go. GG Machine going a hatch gas pool, and taking a step back here, again, there's a reason why this map is the most vetoed map in the map pool, why we almost never see this map. We often go days, if not entire weeks, without seeing this map, but here on OSC King of the Hill, we have only 1 veto, so these maps are more accessible, and GG Machine, he does force Neon Violet Square. Now, Neon Violet Square is a very large map. It is the largest map in the map pool. It has the longest rush distance by ground as well. And the reason why a Zerg player would prefer something like this, 1, it's very open in the center. Very open in the center of the map. So once we get into a longer later game, it can be difficult for the Terran player to actually push and actually take fights in the center before getting to any of these bases. Likewise, long rush distance by ground means that aggressive timings that Terrans are very good at, referring to 2-1-1s, 3CC 2-1-1s, the 7-minute push, and the follow-up timing attack as well with 1-1 and even with 2-2, they are going to be delayed. They're going to be delayed here on Neon Violet Square because it takes even longer to get across the map. So these timings are going to be weakened here from the side of the Terran. Likewise, very secure base count as well. You have a free natural, so you have a free pocket base you can take whenever you please. The 3rd and 4th base also very secure. 5th base can be a gold as well. The gold base also is quite accessible. So we'll see if GG Machine can take advantage of all of this. Now, we didn't really get to go into that kind of like spiel or that kind of like preamble about the map the previous time we saw this, because if you remember, Spirit versus Solar ended very quickly. Spirit, he proxy racked Solar. He proxied Solar on Neon Violet Square. He did not want to deal with a longer and larger map, so he just cheesed the hell out of him. Spirit didn't kill Solar, but he maimed him. He was able to cripple Solar, and Spirit just got ahead from there. And Spirit snowballed out of control and was able to take Solar down. Here, GG Machine, he goes for the third, goes for the forward expansion, and we'll see how ByuN will deal with the problem that is Neo Violet Square. But now, 3CC, going for a third CC before Starport, economic build here by our Terran player. Is going for an economic start, and the goal, I imagine, for GG Machine is to try to survive until the late game. Is to try to survive until he can max out with Ling Bane Lurker, Hydra Lurker, or even Ling Bane Ultra, is to get to that more ideal game state. I'm assuming that's the goal for GG Machine. I know that GG Machine, he's known for being a little bit more aggressive, true. He's known for being more of an aggressive player. Speaking of, is going for a Ling Flood. Oh. That's a lot of Lings. He's making a lot of Lings. He did pull out of gas to get into Ling's bit of... Okay, he's droning. Okay. Is droning up. This is a big commitment. This is a big investment here. Half of these Lings could be drones. Half of these Lings could be drones instead, and GG Machine could have a greater economy. Instead, he's committing to a Ling run by, and we'll see if he can get some damage done. So far, the Hellions are staying back home. Now, ideally, depending on the map, you'd have an Overlord parked outside of the natural. You would see the Hellion move out, and then bam, you'd move out with your Lings, and you'd counterattack and hit the mineral line. Here, the Overlord is not quite in position. GG Machine, he scouted, he did see the timing of the third CC, so he knows it's an economic build, but alas, he is kind of assuming that he can move in when the Hellions aren't at home. Alas, he runs into the Hellions. Oh, the surround does come in, does get one. One Hellion gets surrounded. Oh, barely should fall. But more Hellions have arrived. Banshee back at home as well, and ByuN holds. ByuN does hold on. This investment into all these Lings was not worth it. This is not worth it here for GG Machine back at home. Bailiness first. Okay. Early Bailiness here out of GG Machine. This is really safe. Very safe. If ByuN was going for a Hellbat push, then the Bailiness would be done in time and would be able to defend against Hellbats. We can see that it's a standard build out of ByuN, so there's no Hellbats to be concerned by. Otherwise, I guess you could be a little bit more aggressive with this, but this will delay the lair. It's going to be a, 5-minute lair timing here from GG Machine, so a later lair instead. This is going to delay bailing speed. So on the one hand, yes, there are early bailings, but if you don't need them, it is a bit of a waste here. So it's overly safe play from GG Machine. And this is going to slow down his overall tech. ByuN back at home, getting his third. Getting it up and running. Getting to his own 3-1-1 setup into Stim. Into a Rax explosion as well. Getting into 5 Raxes. So he has his 5 rack setup. The Banshees, they were stuck at home because of the Hellions or because of the Ling aggression, but now they're breaking out. As a reminder, there's no cloak. There's no cloak for the Banshees, so just vanilla Banshees. They're moving out to gain map control to deny some creep. Again, you can see that the Hellions have not been active at all. That's because it's so difficult to be active with the Hellions on Neo Violet Square and to not get surrounded. It's just so wide open and there's just so much creep. So the Hellions are staying back instead. Meanwhile, GG Machine is just securing his side of the map. Going into bailing speed, double upgrades. Ooh, and that is a fast infestation pit. Now, if we were casting a player like Dark, for example, I would assume this is Ling Bane into Ultra. Ling Bane into Hive into Ultras. I want to still stand by that here for GG Machine. We'll see if he throws down a Hydra Den. If he doesn't throw down a Hydra Den anytime soon, this should be Ling Bane Ultra. Meanwhile, GG Machine, he does go for the gold. So far, gets it fully up and running, fully saturated. Queens, they try to keep up, and they will zone away the Banshees. Banshees are zoned. GG Machine massing up his Ling Bane. Is running up to 77. A solid drone count, considering the goal base as well with a boosted economy. GG Machine is looking ideal, and now he has to build up his army. Speaking of, here comes that 7-minute timing. That 7-minute push. What do we have? We have Stim, we have 1-1. No tanks. No tanks with this. It's going to be a Hellion Widowmine instead. Interesting variation here by ByuN. And the goal is to break the fourth. To break the gold. Bailing speed is done. GG Machine diving in. On the bite shots. Boom. Does force friendly fire. And GG Machine, he holds. He does hold, and he doesn't have to chase this. Bear that in mind. He doesn't have to chase this off a creep. Just has to calm down, take the fights that he can, and slow down the push. We're record once again through the GG Machine. Mine shot going up. And we're getting a little bit adventurous here. We do force a pickup. GG Machine does take the fight, does force back ByuN. Oh, is he gonna commit in? He shouldn't. Yeah, he backs off. Sees the reinforcements, respects it. Does retreat. Hive is almost done. Show us that Ultra Cavern. Hive has completed. Goal base back up and running. Getting another expansion towards the top side. Joining up to 83. We have our initial Vipers as well to support. No further tech yet. GG Machine, he doesn't have the gas for it. Uh-oh. He's lacking in the gas. Double drop into the main. GG Machine trying to keep up. ByuN rotating over towards the top side. GG Machine out of position. Okay. He's getting ready for this. He's splitting up. Rough fight in the main. As we do drop in, there's that Ultra Cavern, but before we get into Ultras, here comes ByuN. And GG Machine, he overreacts. He overreacts here to the drop. He's out of position. He's being pulled apart. Drones are going down. And GG Machine is falling apart here. He had the army to defend, but was just torn apart left and right by the drop play. And we're not going to get into Ultras, are we? Like, the Ultra Cavern's on the way, but already brutal damage. The base is going to go down. Mining is denied. 15 drone kills. Initially, the defense of the goal base was solid, but here he just could not keep up. Ling Rame gets deflected. Base goes down. ByuN just keeps on going. And he's going to break GG Machine. Where are the Bailings? There are none back at home. Lings, they try to catch reinforcements. They get completely shut down. And ByuN is getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand. He's done it. And again, the initial defense was good. I was very impressed here by GG Machine at the gold. But it was the drop play. It was the drop play that pulled him apart. And that's the big weakness of Ling Bane into Ultra. Like, sure, there are some Ultras on the way. But as you can see here, the big weakness is anti-air. Is drops. Like, you are lacking Hydras. You're lacking Mutas or Corruptors. There's no Spy. There's no Hydrogen. Anti-air is limited. That's the risk you take when you play this style. And ByuN did abuse it. Did abuse GG Machine. Did take advantage of the lack of anti-air. And the drop play got out of hand. Go base goes down. GG Machine was just torn apart. Now the Ultras have arrived, but it's too late. It's still a little too late. The damage has been done. Marauders are being incorporated. We don't have a Ghost Academy yet. That's the one thing that ByuN is lacking. I mean, Ultras, they can't really engage into this. The Machinga Machine working against the Ultras. At the same time, ByuN just drops into the main. Once again, it's the drop play. The drops. They get out of hand. They get out of control. Queens are falling. Mineral Line as well. Does burrow, but there's a scan. The burrow does nothing. Does nothing, man. And there's going to be 23 more drones going down. GG Machine is down to 36 workers. Barely an economy. ByuN is not stopping. Not anytime soon. GG gets called and ByuN will take the game. ByuN will take down GG Machine. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. An impressive game there out of GG Machine. I'll be honest, was very impressive, especially when it came to the first push. And GG Machine, he had the supply to defend. You can actually see it here in the graph as well. Our Zerg player is the orange line. ByuN is the red line. And when you see that massive dip, that was when GG Machine was being torn apart between the gold, between the main, and between his fourth base, where he was being torn apart by the drop play. And he had the supply to defend, but he just didn't have it in position. He was just having a really hard time keeping up with the movement of ByuN. And that was game. That was game then and there. GG. GG, well played. But honestly, a really fun game. And again, we rarely get to see games on Neo Violet Square as well. We saw ByuN even struggling at times. We saw GG Machine holding his own for a time as well. But that leads us into... let's go. That leads us into our next series, into our next game. We have our next challenger. We were teasing him earlier, of course. He was supposed to be stepping into the ring, but it was unavailable at the time. But this time he's ready. This time he's ready. This time he's with us. We have ByuN versus Cham. Let's go. El chamaco back. El chamaco. This time, we're not teasing you. This time, he's ready. He's good to go. It'll be Cham versus ByuN. And as a reminder, it is challenger pick when it comes to their initial maps. There we go, we do have that map. We're going to be loading into Frostline. Interesting. Interesting choice is what I will say. I'm feeling Roach play. I'll be honest. I'm feeling Roach play at a Cham, but we'll keep an eye on our Zerg player. We'll see how we play this out. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have the current reigning King of the Hill, representing Shopify with 6 wins under his belt. It is ByuN. Now tied with Spirit's win streak. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing, I believe that is Exeritus Ignite. I wonder if he's actually representing them. Interesting. It is a Cham. Here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I might ask Cham about this because Exeritus Ignite is a... I was going to say a new team. It's a team that was founded, I want to say like 2022, like COVID era, maybe 2021, like around the COVID era of StarCraft, is a Latin American team, but they kind of dissolved their pro roster like in 2023, like they only lasted a couple of years, so it's interesting to see Cham join them once again, as it's been a while since I've seen Exeritus Ignite represented, so curious. I wonder if they, if this is just for like clan wars, or if he is representing them like properly. We'll most likely ask him after this. I know that a lot of the Latin American teams do have a lot of clan wars and do compete in a lot of team leagues as well. So I wonder if that's related. Or if he's just like a mercenary for their team. From here, though, we do have our economic opener, standard opener, Rax expand here out of ByuN, Cham going for his own standard opener as well. Now, what I'm most curious by here is the map of choice. We have loaded into Frostline. Now, on Frostline, it is an open map, true. It is often vetoed in this matchup for good reason, and we have seen many a Terran player attempt and fail to defend their bases. As opposed to some of these other larger maps like Neon Violet Square, Romanticide, Abyssal Reef, these larger maps that I mentioned are very defendable. They have very defendable third base and fourth base locations. Here on Frostline, not the case. Here, it is a large map, but has a very accessible third and fourth instead. Very wide ramps, very large openings, and very difficult to beat the defender in these locations. Because of that, we've seen a lot of success when it comes to 3-base all-ins. I'm referring to getting up to a third expansion, joining up to 66, getting a fourth base just for Larva, and going for like Mass Ling Hydra aggression, or even Roach Ravager base all-ins as well. So I'm curious if that's the plan for Cham. Cham, he is known for Roach Ravager play in this matchup. He is a Roach boy, very much so. So I'm leaning towards that, but we'll see. Like Cham, this actually wouldn't be a bad map for something like Mutas either, true. Mutas would be okay. A little bit more concerning as the rush distance by ground is very direct. Very direct. Back at home, ByuN going for a third CC into Banshee. Against GG Machine, we saw this was Cloakless, was Vanilla Banshee. Against Cham, wouldn't be opposed to committing a little bit harder. Setting up. Yes, the game that stole title is Mutas into his Widow Minds. Crazy. I mean, that'll create a lasting memory. 100%. Hellions, they dive into the middle line. 3 drones going to be going down already. I just realized no link speed. And there's no link speed for a reason. I believe this should be for a faster lair. Keep an eye on Cham. Link speed is nowhere to be found. They're very suspect. We're waiting for that lair. We're waiting for those roaches. There it is. Lair is on the way. Gas is now being taken. Technically, you could argue, oh, could this be Muta play? It could be Muta play, but the lack of link speed makes it feel like it shouldn't be Mutas. It should be roaches. We're waiting for that takeoff choice. Oh, never mind. Paling Nest, not a Roach Warren. Which means we might see extra gases. Yep, we have 2 gases in the main, and we have 2 gases in the natural. This should be Muta. Which is crazy to do this without link speed, by the way. It's very risky. Very risky. As you are so vulnerable to Hellion dives. Okay. You have my attention. You have my attention. Este chamaco. Hellions looking for a dive. Queens are keeping up. Behind this, we have our 3-1-1 setup with Stim. And with the completion of the lair, we are looking for that Spire. Lair is done. There it is, Spire behind the natural. Okay, now, ByuN, upon noticing no link speed, that is a tell. That is a tell here that something is wrong. And ByuN, he's aware of that. He's dipping in. He's trying to get a read on what's going on. Link speed is now halfway done, but very late here for Cham. Bathing speed gonna be on the way. Delayed double Evo chamber, delayed upgrades. Banshees, they make their way into the main. And going into the main was... Oh, never mind. I was going to say, if he had seen the spawning pool, and if he had seen the spawning pool just now researching, that would be a tell. Because it should not be researching this late into the game. But alas, the Queens will deflect, and ByuN does not scout. He does not see the spawning pool. Does not see the researching link speed. Likewise, hasn't seen the gases. Still very limited information here for ByuN. He's getting into his standard follow-up here into bio play, into Widow Mines. But he's not set up at home. He has no turrets, he has nothing in position. Muta production has begun. And we could end up in a weird place here. Where Mutas are on the way, unscouted, but at the same time ByuN is pushing. And I'm not so sure that Cham can defend. He has some Ling Bane, he has 5 Balings. Should have 8 Balings. They will have Baling speed, but yeah, this base is going to be denied. ByuN stimps in, he wants the Queens, he gets 1. He gets both. Yeah, both Queens go down, and there's no saving this expansion. It will finish, he's going for it. Going for the dive, Hellbats morph in. Balings then crash forward. And the Hellbats are abandoned. ByuN, he does boost away. Cham holds. I'm impressed. Whew, very impressed here. He does hold into the expansion. Hellbats are going to fall. But the Mutas, they're forced to be revealed. They are revealed here. And defensively, Mutas are not ideal. They get 1 Banshee, but they cannot engage this army head on. We need as much Ling Bane as possible. Mutas are going for a backstab. ByuN, he wants that expansion. It's down to less than half HP. He should get it. I mean, he should have initially. But the base should fall. And Cham is going for a counterattack instead. Oh, there are Widow Mines. Boys being pulled away. SCVs are going to be fighting, actually. Nice mine shots. Mines go off. Back at home. Expansion barely saved. Oh my god. Cham. He's holding. He's holding. He catches out the Marines. Marines are going down one after the other. There's barely any Marines left. Mutas, they catch the Banshee. And Cham holds. He defends back at home. He somehow saves the expansion. I don't know how, by the way. It's so close to falling. And ByuN did have a couple of Marines left over. But he didn't commit. He did not commit. Barely survived. There's a transfuse. Cham, he's holding. He's kind of pulling this off. It's still on a knife's edge. Still very much so. Like, it's still a very fragile army. And there are so many Widow Mines. Speaking of, ooh, brutal mine connection on the Banelings. Banelings get shut down. And Cham, he cannot fight this. He cannot engage with the main bio army. He has to just poke and prod. Has to avoid the main fight. These Mutas, they are 1 fight away from just evaporating. 1 bad fight away from evaporating, I should say. Floor production on the way here for ByuN. Cham catching up the drop. Ooh, we'll lose 1 Muta. 1 Muta goes down. ByuN now going out for a double drop. Cham trying to be active. Behind this, still on lair tech, still just Ling Bane Muta on lair. No hive yet, just now morphing in. It's moving forward. Do we have any turrets? We do. Okay, there are turrets back at home. Mutas, they catch one, they catch two Widow Mines, not bad. Widow Mines go down. The last ByuN, he's not being broken. Ideally, these mutas want to be dealing economic damage, right? They want to contain the Terran and be picking away at SCVs, catching out some stray units here and there, but that's not really happening here. The medevacs survive. ByuN gets a 4th base. ByuN is gonna max. And I do favor ByuN with a maxed out army. These mutas that have allowed him to survive, but they haven't really paid for themselves yet. As Cham is trying to catch out the drop. You know, main army's moving out. The drop is going to be cleaned up. Ooh, forcing friendly fire. Going for the CC. At the same time, there is some link main to defend. We get some decent connections. Planetary is going to pull massive bailing connections. Oh my god, 24 CV kills. Cham, he takes the fight across the map. And back at him, he's holding on. ByuN plummets in supply. Very nice bailing connections. And now he's collapsing in. And collapsing the army. He will shut this down. And the mutas. Oh god. They have to be careful. They have to respect the Thor. But Cham takes the lead. And again, ByuN wasn't paying attention. We saw barely on the glimpse on the edge of the screen. There was some brutal bailing connections on the right hand side. Catching out all that ByuN. Cham got the fight that he wanted. He got the mineral line as well. And these Thors are low. The Thors are barely standing. Cham, now the hive is done. Now it's time for it's ultra time. Let's go. We're soon done with the mutas, replacing them with ultras. Ghost production has not begun for ByuN. Cham trying to trade. Keeping ByuN busy. ByuN is remaxing. Like, despite Cham having momentum earlier, ByuN, he is re-expanding, he's maxing out. ByuN still has a terrifying army. ByuN can still win this game. Cham has to be so careful here because he hasn't gotten into ultras yet. That's the trade. Starting with the army, going into the mineral line. SVs are going down. Does cripple the economy. Likewise, expansion is denied. And he's forcing the all-in. And we need ultras. We need as many ultras as possible. 4 ultras on the way. Here comes the push. And can ByuN be stopped? As ByuN is all in. He's all in here. He's got what? He's got 3-3. He's got a massive amount of Marine Marauder, Thors, Widow Mines, a terrifying army. Bailings are not ready. Uh-oh. Bailings are barely not ready in time. And again, that's still a lot of Marauders. Ultras are still on the way. Kind of splitting, gonna finish up just in time. 3-3 will not. And Cham needs a little bit more time here for his upgrades. As the base is gonna go down. Ultras coming in from behind. At least trying to. We get the full surround. The Ultras from the front, from behind. The Ultras are melting. Bailey's rolling in. Oh my god. Brutal mine shots. Brutal connections. But it's going to be enough. Cham, he holds. He shuts down the army. GG gets called. Cham, he survives the all-in. And Cham, he will deny the 7th win. And Cham is our new king of the hill. Whew, GG. Hi. GG, well played. Cham, he does take it. Cham, he was kind enough to not be available earlier, allowed ByuN to like accrue a win streak, I should say, to get some wins under his belt, got up to 6, but last, the 7th win is denied. Cham does dethrone ByuN and is our new king of the hill. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Cham does take it. Again, a very, very close game, very intense as well. It was all on a knife's edge. That's how it is when you play Muta. Like, at any moment, Cham could have lost everything, but he was able to get the best fights possible. He was able to catch ByuN with his pants down. ByuN was inattentive defensively back at home. That's when ByuN lost the mineral line and when he lost his reinforcing army as well. We saw ByuN drop 60 supply in like a couple of seconds when he took a bad fight at home and then took a rough fight across the map as well. Cham did overwhelm, and then from that moment, basically ByuN was all in. ByuN was all in. He was forced into the all in after he lost another mineral line, and Cham got into ultras just in time towards the end of the game. Just in time. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, we have our next setup here. We're getting into our 14th best of one. Cham is our new king of the hill. Long may he reign, or is it going to be a short one? We're here to find out as we have our next challenger already here. ByuN went on a crazy win streak, Spirits went on a crazy win streak. Can Cham do the same, or is it going to be a bit of a shorter reign here instead? As we're getting ready for our next matchup, it's going to be a ZVP. It's going to be, I believe, a ZVP. Un momento. As I do notice our Polish Protoss player rocking up, but we'll need some confirmation. We'll see. Hey Gamba, yeah, I got you. Oh my god. Yeah, we have confirmation. Up next is going to be a best of one between Cham and Geralt. Oh boy. And this is a rematch. Cham and Geralt, they have a history. They have a back and forth history. They often do trade blows. This could go either way, to be honest. Could go either way. We've seen Cham win in longer series. We've seen Geralt win in longer series. Cham is hyper aggressive. If you remember, the last time we casted these two in a King of the Hill best of one, Cham he 12 pulled drone pulled. And the game ended real fast and real quick. It was over then and there. So again, Cham, he is very aggressive in this matchup. In ZVP, we expect aggression, we expect all-ins, but it makes sense what map we're loading into. In this matchup, Geralt, his map of choice, Abyssal Reef, a very defensive map. Yeah, very defensive here. The goal for Geralt is going to be to survive the aggression of Cham, to get into the mid game in a solid game state. And Cham, he even just posted a message. He's like, getting serious, I see. Yes. Geralt is very serious. He's here to win, baby. Abyssal Reef. Let's go. And I do favor Geralt on this map. I mean, in general, I'd favor defensive players or even Protoss and Terran compared to Zerg on Abyssal Reef. It is very defendable. It is a little bit easier to get into your 5-base economy and max out and embrace Skytoss and get to the late game. We'll see if he can get there. We'll see if our Zerg player can try to break his opponents before they can max out. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have our Polish Protoss player. We have our red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. Our new challenger, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, the current King of the Hill with 1 win under his belt. But that's a big win, though. Did bring down ByuN. It is Cham. Here we go. Cham is going for a hatch first. Important to take note. It's going to be a hatch first here out of Cham. And again, welcome on to Abyssal Reef. This is actually the first time we're playing on this map all night, all day. Once again, also a commonly vetoed map in the map pool. Is a very large map. Not as large as Neon Violet Square. It is second only to Neon Violet Square, but a large map nonetheless, and also very defendable. The natural base has a very narrow ramp coming into the natural, so very defendable location here, very difficult to break early on. Likewise, because this is so defendable and so easy to wall off, the Protoss or the defending player can actually focus their defenses at the third base instead. The third base likewise does have a ramp on the left hand side. There is an even plane of elevation here to gain access to the third, but it's actually guarded by rocks and guarded by another ramp here towards the center in between all the bases. So it's very difficult to lay siege upon the natural and the third. Likewise, the fourth base is very easy to expand to and to maintain. The fifth base as well. Like, it isn't just how defendable these bases are, it's also how close they are. You can see natural, third, fourth, fifth. The 5 base setup is all very congested, and it's quite easy to rotate between the bases to defend. So rotating and securing this kind of corner of the map is a little bit easier than on other maps. Because of that, we often see longer and later games on Abyssal Reef. Where it gets more difficult to expand is the 6th base, whether it's this base here on the right or this southern base. They're very isolated, they're very spread out, so the 6th expansion can be a problem for certain, but up until then it is a little bit more secure, and yeah, it's a little bit more stable to get into your 5 base setup. So it makes sense that Geralt would go for this map against Cham. Again, Cham is very aggressive in this matchup. We'll see how Cham will approach this. Now, referring to what the Zerg player can do, we did see Muta play earlier against ByuN. I do want to say that that Muta play is also viable here as well. Before I forget, my apologies, Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Thankfully, nothing major has happened yet, but predictions are open, so you can place your bets on who you think will take this. Will Geralt survive Cham? Will Cham break Geralt? Best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions. Casting second only to Pig Imo. Both of you are the only ones who explain what's happening, why it matters, while also casting the events. Oh, thank you. Thank you, puppy. Thank you. Do appreciate it. I actually have casted with Pig before. Maybe he rubbed off on me. I don't know. We casted many years ago at this point, back in 2021, I want to say. Obviously, we're both in Australia, and we both casted in an Australian land together. Long time ago. Casted ANZ champs. ANZ champs. Good time, good time. Good times, man. Good times. But thank you. Do appreciate it. So now it is going to be the Stargate opener. Stargate out of Geralt. Going for the Oracle across the map towards the main. So far, the Queens are in position. Despite that, oh, gets one drone, gets one, gets two. Not bad. Takes a lot of hull damage, but does escape. Does get away behind this. Ooh, that's going to be an earlier Twilight Council. Geralt's being more aggressive. So it's going to be third base into Twilight Council. I don't see a Forge. This feels like early Glaives. This could be one of two things. Early Glaive Adepts or early Blink. Lings, they do scout the timing of the tech. Cham does confirm the Twilight Council. Cham doesn't get much else done. As the second Oracle moves out. And show us what you got. Do we go for Glaives? Do we go for Blink? Blink would be more defensive. Glaives is going to be more aggressive. Oracle finds two more drones. Oh, but does overextend. And is one shot away from going down. Gets 6 in total. And will get away. Cham opening up layer first, and we have the answer. It is going to be Blink. Okay, Blink is on the way. Now, if you recall earlier, we spoke about how aggressive Cham is and how defensive Geralt wants to be, and how that's why he chose Abyssal Reef as the map. This leans into that as well. Early Blink, what does this mean? This is not standard. This is very safe. What this means is that if Cham was going for a 2-base all-in or even a 2.5 base all-in, Blink would be done in time. Blink would be done early enough to defend against the all-in and to protect the third. So very safe play. The downside is that this delays the Forge. As you can see, the Forge only just now finished, and +1 is late. So later +1, but earlier Blink. So there is a bit of a back and forth here. Likewise, we do see our follow-up. Geralt, he's not going into Colossus as the splash damage of choice, going into Storm. So +1 Blink into Storm. Meanwhile, Cham back at home is getting into +1 melee. Typically, if you go +1 melee, the goal is to skip roaches. So there's going to be Ling Hydra out of Cham. So +1 melee into Ling. Oh, never mind. I assumed it was going to be Ling Hydra. Never mind, it's going to be Ling into Muta. Spire has been thrown down. Meanwhile, the Queen's getting called off a creep. No transfuse. 2 Queens go down. Nice catch here from Geralt. Takes down the Queens, hoping for a cancel, but he should be deflected. It's going to be close, though. It's going to be very close. The base is getting low, and we should force a cancel just in time. Geralt, he gets what he wanted. Does pull away. And does he scout? But now trading against the Lings. Spire is on the way. If you recall, at the start of the game, we did mention how Cham went Muta against ByuN, and Muta is a viable option here on Abyssal Reef. Mutas are a way to bypass the otherwise defensive nature of this map. You can dip in between the bases, into the natural, the main, the third base, and how close all these bases are suddenly works against the defending player, because now it's easier for the Mutas to rotate between all the mineral lines. So Muta play is a little bit more popular on this map as a result. A little bit more popular on Abyssal Reef. Meanwhile, Geralt, he's going into Storm, and he's turtling. He's turtling into Sky Toss. We have 2 more Stargates on the way. You may be thinking, oh, did he scout the Spire? Is he getting ready for Phoenixes? No, it's just Sky Toss. And by happen chance, once he sees the Mutas, he can turn this into an anti... Oh, there we go. Phoenixes are on the way. Yeah. Phoenixes are on the way. He didn't see the Spire here, but looks like he has pieced it together. And he's getting ready. Shield batteries, yep, safety cannons as well. May have caught no glimpse of the Mutas themselves, as I believe they have now popped in. Yeah, Mutas are on the way. Mutas are on the way. Anion Pulse Crystals here. A very strong response by Geralt, making 3 Phoenixes at a time. And these Mutas are going to have a hard time finding any damage here. The cannons are ready. Geralt, though, he's distracted. He's out of position. Mutas, they dive in. Probes are going down. And the pieces are revealed. Already getting 1, getting 2 Mutas. 2 Mutas do fall. Now Cham, he is committed. He is not going into Roaches. Remember, there was no Roach Warren, so there's no ground army, really. It's Muta, Ling, into Corruptor, getting +1 air attack. Now, the role of the Corruptors here are to tank and to deal with the Phoenixes. Corruptors, they do a great job at tanking, at zoning Phoenixes away. This also tells us that Cham most likely wants to commit to more Mutas. Commit into his air composition, as there's still no Hydrogen. If he wanted to, he could throw in a Hydrogen and switch into Hydro Lurker. Like, that is a viable option here for Cham, but nah, yeah, more Mutas. More Mutas. He commits into the Sky Zerg, into the Spire Tech. So far, Geralt's doing all the correct moves, going Mass Phoenix, into Blink Stalker, now into Tempest production, getting into that Sky Toss that he so wanted to do in the beginning. Getting into a Sky Toss. And Geralt isn't pushing. As we mentioned at the start of the game, just how easy or how more defendable you are on 5 bases on Abyssal Reef, there's no reason to push out. Just chill, defend on 5 bases, turtle on up, we have cannons, shield batteries, stasis traps, we have Warlofts as well, good Sim City. And Geralt has no reason to push. Cham, meanwhile, moving in. Ideally wants to try to catch those Phoenixes. He has how many Corruptors? He has 15. 15 Corruptors for Cham. Does catch out the Oracle. Nice Stasis though. Stasis does pop off. Storm's coming in. Oh! Yeah, beautiful, brutal Storm here on those Mutas. First Storm does connect. Mutas force back, waiting for another Storm. And it does come in. And these are rough trades here for Cham. Does take a Storm to the face, and there are more Storms where that came from. And the Tempests are revealed. And this is where I worry for Cham. Cham is still making more Mutas. This was a rough start. He can still pull this off, but it's very committed. It's very all-in. He's hoping to win one big fight and just overwhelm. Oh. So now does push forward. Geralt still holding on to those Storms, catching reinforcements. Oh my god! 5 Mutas, they go down for free. Brutal losses. At the same time, Lings, they do hit that center expansion. They're going for the 5th. But there are Zealots. Likewise, Storm on the Mutas. Mutas, they get very low. So many of them go down. Looks like the expansion may fall. But the Charged Archon should be able to hold its own. Oh my god. Yeah, almost every Muta goes down. 1 Muta survives. And Geralt holds. Geralt defends. Didn't lose any workers. He lost Zealots. He lost Phoenixes. But he maintains the army. And Cham, he's not ready for Broodlords. He's not set up for it. Hive just began. The Hive just began. There's no Broodlord switch. It's just Ling Muta. And more Mutas are coming in. Geralt, he defends well. He preserves the economy. Geralt, he's on 94 probes. I would say too many workers at this point, but 94, okay. Does mean his main army is going to be smaller. But now getting to more Tempest. Ideally more High Templar and Archons. He only has 3 High Templar so far. But Cham has been ramming his face into this brick wall of Protoss, and Geralt, he refuses to relent. He's unrelenting. Cham going into Neural. Okay. Going into Infestors. Hive is almost done. That should be for the Greater Spire. To get into Corrupted Broodlord, I would imagine, into Broodlord Infestor. Would make the most sense here for Cham. Oh, never mind. Going into Ultras. Okay. I mean, he does have some melee upgrades. So Ultras, that can be an answer. Typically, the Ultras in this kind of in this kind of composition, the goal of the Ultras is to hunt down the High Templar. Ideally, the Ultras, they move in, they bait out the Storms, they kill the High Templar, and then the rest of the army can engage. Once the High Templar are non-factor. I mean, that would be the role of the High Templar or the Broodlords as well, right? They both have the Ultras or the Broodlords as well. They have the same role to deal with the Storms. Greater Spire's on the way. Hive is now done. Ultras are in production. Here comes Geralt. For the first time this game, by the way, it's up until this point, he has not pushed, but here comes the main army. He finally breaks out 13 minutes in. And it's quite an army. Ultra's not ready. The base is going to go down. Cham is trying to set up. Remember, he has no Broodlords. Ultras are still in production, and they take a long time. They take a long time to produce. Geralt gets a free expansion. Backs off. Backs off. He's deep on creep. He has no detection. Playing it safe. Cham looking for a better angle of attack. Trying to find an opening. Tempest, they punish. Again, he's trying to go for the surround. Brutal slows out the Storms. Oh my god, the Storms, they shut down the Lings, they shut down the Mutas. One more Storm, the Mutas, they just crumble. Every Muta goes down. Ultras are diving in. But alas, it looks like there's just too much Protoss here. The Tempest, they stand strong. There's 2 Ultras left. Oh, can he break through? And the Ultras go down. The Sky Army as well. And Geralt, he overwhelms. He overwhelms the army, takes down the Ultras, the Lings, the Mutas, and the Corruptor. And Cham, he has nothing. he lost everything. That was his entire army. Now, he is remaxing. He's remaxing on 5 Ultras and mainly Ling. A couple of Corruptors. But that was just such a rough fight. He took every Storm to the face. You couldn't get better Storms. That was that was insane. Lings, they counterattack. There's the Warlock cannons and shield batteries. We spoke earlier how the difficult part of expanding on this map is getting the 6th base, and Geralt, he got it. He got the 6th. I mean, that was meant to be like the big milestone here for him. And he got this expansion. Now he's getting the 7th base as well. Geralt is going to get a hand. He's getting out of control. Cham, he has to end it here, and now he's going for the High Templar. Does force in a couple of Archons. High Templar are exposed. And the High Templar are going down. Despite that, though, the damage has been done. And Storms did pop up. And Geralt holds. Geralt, he holds, he defends, he shuts down the army. And Cham, he's broke. He's out of money. He's out of minerals. He's out of gas. Geralt is maxed, and Cham, he cannot max out. He's stuck at 130 supply. That was everything that Cham had left. Man, look at that Tempest army. Jesus. That's a lot of Tempest. And sure, Cham, he's got a Greater Spire. He can try to go into, like, Broodlord, Infestor, Corruptor, but he doesn't have the money for it. Doesn't have the money for it. Geralt, he's on 99 probes. Again, I would say too many workers at this point, but it's working, I guess. I mean, that could be 20 less probes, and that could be, like, more Archons and more High Templar, to be honest, but it's fine. It's fine. Geralt is pushing. Yo, for the first, he's got the observer. Does have an observer. He can start working his way through all this creep. Finally. And Cham is being given time to rebuild. So he's slowly amassing an army to work with. The problem again is that Cham, he's doing everything he can to build an army. Geralt has an insane bank. He's got 7k minerals, he's got 4k gas. And Geralt, he is free to take a bad fight and to rebuild anyway, to remax. And Geralt is snowballing out of control. Working through all this creep, taking down another expansion. Cham setting up an attempted surround. He's rotating over, keeping up with the army. Fungal's coming in. A nice storm of the Lings. Fungal grazes the army. Ultras, they collapse in the High Templar. They try to do get another storm. Here come the Archons. And the Tempest, they hold their ground. We have a couple of Fungal souls this time. We get the Neural as well. Is it going to be enough? It shouldn't be. Yeah, there are just so many Tempests. There's no Corruptors. The Tempest, they reign supreme. Not enough anti-air. Stalkers, they come in to reinforce. And Cham, he will lose everything here. He will lose everything. He's scuttling away with our 2 survivors. With the Infestors. And Geralt, he's still looking solid. It's looking good. He's looking good here. And again, shout out to Cham, because Cham, he put in a lot of hard work to bring down ByuN. He was the one to... everyone thought he was ByuNstable. No. Not ByuNstable. Not against Cham. But Geralt does prove to be an even greater threat here. With his map of choice. Against a more aggressive player. Geralt, for almost the entire game, he was in control. There was definitely a moment for Cham when he initially went into Mutas, but remember, he got scouted. Geralt, he went into Mass Phoenix, then into Skytoss. The Mutas were lackluster. He did have a decent fight with his Corruptors where he was able to reset the Phoenix counts, but outside of that, he never really threatened the bases or threatened the economy of Geralt. Geralt, he defended well, and that led into this game state. Led into Geralt taking an 8th expansion, which is crazy. Takes this entire half of the map, pushing forward. How many Tempests does he have? He's got 12! 12 Tempests for Geralt. Spire is exposed. It's going to go down. And Chammy's hoping for a mistake. He's going for the dive. I don't think we even needed a recall here, but... Geralt, he recalls just to be safe. Okay. Cham, he holds on. Does hold. Geralt, he respects the Infestors, true. Does respect it. Pulls away. Cham, he can take down this expansion. But again, Geralt, he's fine. He's chilling. Can move in from behind. Does he have detection? He does not. Oh. Mural's coming in. It does commit, does go for the dive. And Infestors, they're falling one after the other. GG gets called. Geralt, he will snowball out of control, and Geralt will take the game, and he's our new King of the Hill. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Geralt, he will claim it to get a very strong showing here from Geralt, especially on Abyssal Reef. You can also get a glimpse as to why this map is often vetoed. It's often vetoed. You often do not see Abyssal in ZVP for this reason, as this kind of play is favored, or I should say defensive play is strengthened on Abyssal Reef. And with that, Geralt does claim the win. Cham is knocked out. Cham did attempt to go into Muta play, of course, but he was shut down ahead of time. The Mutas did not achieve enough damage. They did not pay for themselves. And now we are getting into our final best of one of the evening. We have one more match, one more game here to determine the final King of the Hill. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, as we have our next setup. Looks like we have a revived player, actually. Let's go. We have a revived player here. He was knocked out earlier in the broadcast, but has returned. Has returned to get his revenge. as the final best of one is going to be between Geralt and Nicorette. Let's go. Again, Nicorette, he did go down earlier to Spirit. He was actually the final player that fell to Spirit before Spirit did have to, or before he had to leave and before he had to head off. But now he's back. Now Nicorette, he's back. And I would say that this is going to be a strong contender here. Nicorette, I would say his best matchup is TVP. 100%. 100% his best matchup is TVP. It was maybe a month ago at this point, Nicorette was able to defeat MaxPax 2-1, did knock him out of a War DCV Monday. It was a crazy intense series. Likewise, Nicorette, he's taken maps off of Hero as well. If you can take down MaxPax in a series and take maps off of Hero, mate, you can take maps and series off of any Protoss player in the world. So Nicorette, this is the matchup where he can thrive in the most. He is hyper aggressive, but it's a best of one. Anything can happen. I expect an aggressive build here by Nicorette. We'll see how Geralt will approach this. As a reminder, it is Nicorette's map of choice. Go. Oh, and of course, before I forget, if you're in the chat, you can see the command !OSC. If you want to support these OSC events, whether it's events like OSC King of the Hill, the OSC Rising Star, or even the OSC mid-season, or sorry, I should say championship and even mid-season playoffs, you can support them via Matcherino. You can see there the !OSC Matcherino command in the chat. There is a Matcherino page where you can help support the event and you can help fund the tournament. That is for the upcoming mid-season playoff. I believe that is still a ways away, but you can support it. The event will be taking place in April, so still a ways away. But yeah, shout to OSC, shout to Eddie, of course, in the chat as well. And again, these big OSC events, I mean, they're players that so many do rely upon here when it comes to the online circuit, when it comes to the online tournament scene. Big shout to OSC supporting StarCraft for many, many years. But here we go, we are jumping into our final best of one. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whistles of Gold, we have our... we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Our new challenger, it is Nicorette. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Streamer Zone, the current King of the Hill from Lena, Poland. It is Geralt. We go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think is going to be the final King of the Hill. Is Geralt going to get a second win, or is Nicorette going to take that crown away from Geralt? I'll be honest, it's going to be quite close. I do rate these two players quite highly, and I do rate them next to each other. Oh. Let's go. Yes, this Sunday is Thermal's 2v2 tournament, and Geralt, he asked him out to be his partner, and Nicorette agreed. Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, who did Geralt play with last time? In January, Geralt he played with a laser, and then the next month, Geralt he played with, I want to say it was another Polish player. Hold on, I need to know now. Was it Geralt and was it Shameless? No shot. Hold on. February. I know he had a new partner, because Alazer played with Skillus. Oh. Alazer played with Skillus in February, and... they played together. Yeah, there you go. He played with Nicorette. Ah, there you go. They already played together. Beautiful, beautiful. Ah. Soon to be two partners, but now competitors. Now facing off. Again, no bad blood between them. Probe did go down. Sorry, I was looking at Wikipedia. I was... My apologies, but Worker did fall across the map. No, did he lose the Worker to an SCV? I feel like I missed out because the Reaper doesn't have a kill. Yeah, it was the SCV. Okay, it was the SCV. Never mind. Crazy. Sorry, I was distracted looking at Wikipedia. For now, the Geralt he does move out. Does push to the center. Welcome one to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is a rush map. It is a rush map. It is a very aggressive map as well. Aggression is favored, and this does make sense that Nickrack would embrace a map like this. Back at home, going to be a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink. There's that 1-1-1 setup. And we'll see what Nickrack goes for. For now, initially, Hellion to Scout. Nothing crazy yet. Geralt poking in. Does poke in, commits to the Shade, gets behind the Mineral Line. Going for the SCVs. A Reaper does go down. Nice big off here by Geralt. And comes in for a flank. Gets the Reaper, but doesn't get the workers. Yeah, SCVs do survive. That was only one SCV going down. That was a scouting SCV. Nickrack holds. Nickrack, he does hold. Geralt's back at home, trying to reinforce, getting to his own Robo, getting to his Blink, of course. Does rally his Stalkers across the map, trying to contain. Speaking of, Nickrack will soon go for his drop. He's massing up Hellions, going for a Hellion drop, not proxied. Okay, I see you. Has potential. And here we go, waiting for that third Hellion, and is moving out. Now, for those that are curious, how many Hellion shots does it take to kill a worker? 3. It takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And if workers line up, these 3 Hellions, they can wreak havoc. It can be devastating. So this is a very deadly drop making its way across the map. Geralt, he is at home with his first Stalker. 1 across the map, 1 at home. Geralt goes 2-gate Blink into a third, very greedy build. Hellions, they are getting caught out though. They get 1 volley off, they get 2 probes so far. They get 3. And only 3. Could have been so much worse. But Geralt, he does defend, and he claims his third base. Does claim his third. Okay, going 3-gate Blink. 3-gate Blink into a third. And we typically expect players to go 3-gate Blink into +1 in charge. That has been the kind of meta, that has been the standard follow-up in this matchup for the past couple of months. We can see Geralt, though, he does go a little bit more old school. Blink into Colossus. Delayed charge. Oh. Drop gets cleaned up. Geralt does defend. Back at home, we see Nickrack building his forces. I believe he did not see the tech. Yeah, he has not seen the Bay. He has not seen the third either. He'll soon confirm. And Nickrack, he boosts in, gets eyes on the expansion, is aware of the third base, of the timing. He's not aware of the faster Colossus. Oh. Almost catching up a Stalker. Stim just began. This is an early push here from Nickrack. Very early. Geralt doing a great job at slowing him down. As Nickrack, he bleeds out to 3 Marines. Even more Marine kills. Again, it's all about just nibbling away at this force before it gets to the third. And Nickrack, he's losing too much here. 5 Marines already. Gets 1 Stalker. Losing 6. Does get across the map with almost half his Marine counts. Is within range, but Geralt, yeah, he can just dive in. He gets 1, he gets both tanks. Takes down the tanks, cleans up the Marines, and this was not worth it for Nickrack. He will lose everything. He gets a handful of probes, but this is not worth it. Colossus is revealed, and Nickrack, he is hurting. He lost 2 tanks. He lost how many Marines in total? 15. 50 Marines, 2 tanks, and what did he get for it? He got a handful of Stalkers. He did not touch the base. He did not break the third. Oh boy. And with that, Geralt, he gains map control. Nickrack, he's in trouble. He's pinned back. He has no defensive tanks. He has no bunkers. Geralt, he can delay the CC, and he will. Goes to the Blink, goes to the dive. Command center is delayed. The mine's getting targeted down. The observer gets missed. He misses both observers. No. Geralt, he sees everything. Blinks back in. And Nickrack is just being torn apart here. Barely not keep up. Geralt is going to have to recall. Lose 1 Stalker in the process. Just the 1 Stalker. Oh, no. No. He's looking. He knows it's there. He knows it's somewhere, but the observers, they escape the scans. 2 scans being spent. Not a single observer goes down. It's a rough game here for Nickracht. Just now getting his 3rd. Feels observer, man. Like, he hears it. Like, he knows it's there. Wes does push. Geralt back at home. He's got 2 Colossus. He's ready for this. He's ready. He's in position. Likewise, auto start here towards the natural. Nickracht, he needs to somehow catch out those Colossi. He can make this worth it. Somehow catch the main army. Getting his 3rd base up and running. I mean, hey, the economy here is looking decent for Nickracht. I'm a little bit surprised here. Geralt, he never go to 4th. His 4th base is actually very late. It's a late 4th base for Geralt. Typically, you want the 4th base as the 3rd is being taken, but Geralt, his expansions are late. We'll catch out the Vikings. I mean, he still has 3 Colossus to make up for that. True. It's a lot of Colossi. Nice force fields. Looking down the Marauders. Widowmine's going down. Mine shots, they do not go off. Again, shout out to the MVP observer. Seeing everything here. Revealing those Widowmines. Geralt, he does take the fight. As he's getting his 3rd. Sorry, as he's getting his 4th base. Getting into Storm. Storm is on the way. +1. Building up his splash damage. Nickracht back at home. Trying to recover. I mean, still has a comparable army, don't get me wrong. Still comparable. Oh. Geralt up to 4 Jesus. It's got 4 Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi. Is a lot. There's not that many Vikings. 4 Vikings for the time being. Colossus moving in. Oh, they do get exposed. First Colossus is going to go down. Massive storms. And storms do punish. Stalkers, they dive in. They go for the dive. They go for the Vikings. But not enough Stalkers, and there are so many Vikings here. And Geralt is ever extending. It looks like he will lose his army. The Archon's High Templar and the Colossus. Scotty has to pull away. Still quite close. Vikings barely going down. Yeah, it's such a close fight here, but the Colossus, they survive. They barely live. Geralt, he takes it. Chases him down. Zelda coming from behind, catching out the ghosts. Viking gets started. GG gets called. Geralt, he barely breaks through, and Geralt, he will take the game. He will remain the final King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played. A very nice target firing out of Geralt time and time again. He would focus down those Vikings as quickly as possible. We did see Geralt did overextend for a moment towards the end of that game, but then Nickracht overextended. He tried to chase him down. He was punished for it. Reinforcements arrived just in time, and Geralt, he broke the back of Nickracht. It was an intense game, back and forth in its own way, but in the end, GG. GG, well played. Geralt, he does claim it. He is our final King of the Hill. GG. GG, well played with 2 wins in the end. Again, a very intense tournament tonight here. We had some banger matches, especially towards the end. I'm referring to Cham series, Geralt as well, Nickracht. Great way to end the broadcast. And let's catch up on those matches. Let's figure out where we are. Un momento. Beautiful. There we go. From the top, if you weren't here at the beginning of the broadcast, we did begin with Spirit. Spirit, he was our initial reigning King of the Hill, and Spirit went on a deep run. He took down Jumi, took down Christiana. These first 2 matchups were very close, very close. Shout out to Jumi and Christiana. Did go down to Spirit. Likewise, Rebellion, Percival, Solar as well. This was a very intense game as well. This was on Neon Violet Square. I mentioned this before, but Spirit, he did proxy Turak Solar, and he snowballed out of control. It was a very impressive game there from Spirit to bring Solar down, and likewise Nickracht towards the tail end of Spirit's run. Now, if you can see here, Spirit, he actually didn't play any further than that. He didn't lose, technically. Spirit is undefeated, but alas, Spirit, he was otherwise preoccupied. He could not continue his performance. He did have to leave us, so Spirit did bow out, and we had a fresh set of players instead. So Spirit, he gets 6 wins in a row. Then we had ByuN versus Trigger. In a new PvT, ByuN took down Trigger, Night Phoenix, Lunacy, alongside Shameless and UED Soldier. ByuN, he flexed his TVP, took down GG Machine, and the player to stop ByuN was Cham, El Chamaco. That was a crazy game on Frostline. So do check that out if you did miss out on the broadcast. I do recommend the VODs. Do recommend Cham versus ByuN. It was a crazy ZVT. Even ByuN versus GG Machine as well. But Cham, he did bring ByuN down after a 6-game win streak. Six games, just like Spirit. He was denied. And Cham, I mean, his reign was a bit of a shorter one. After defeating ByuN, I'm sure Geralt was very happy. He was like, thank you. He was like, ByuN was looking like an animal pipe. Oh my god, thank you so much. Geralt, thankful for that, does knock Cham out on Abyssal Reef, if you recall. It was on Abyssal Reef, and then Geralt took down Nickrat at the very end of the broadcast as well. So Geralt is our final champion. What does that mean? That means that Geralt, he is going to be invited. He's going to be invited to be the starting player next week, just like Spirit. So Geralt, he's gonna be invited. Whether or not he will accept the invites, up to Geralt. He might accept it to be the starting player. Otherwise, we'll get a fresh set of players instead. So GG well played. Congratulations to all of our champions, to Spirit, ByuN, Cham, and Geralt for being our kings this week. Well played. GG well played. And with that, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I hope you all had a great time here tonight. Again, I always love OSC King of the Hills. These are unique formats, pure best of ones, pure chaos as well. Not your typical tournament format. Something different, something more unique, something fun. GG. GG, well played. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. When it comes to our next broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, bam, you can see it here ready for you. We do have our weekly schedule. We just wrapped up with our second cast of the day. We were live early with Pikasaur Monday. We just wrapped up with OSC King of the Hill, and tomorrow, Wednesday morning, we're live with the Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup is going to be on Wednesday. That's going to be in later today, actually. Let's go. 7 hours. In 7.5 hours, we're going to be live here on the channel with some Code for Giants Cup. Otherwise, tomorrow on Thursday, we're going to be live with the podcast. Friday, we have FSL. Saturday is SCL and SDO. And Sunday is Sparkling Tunica. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft over the course of the next couple of days. As you can see here, we do have a slightly leaner broadcast schedule this week, which I look forward to. Instead of 2 casts a day every single day, we have 1 cast on Wednesday, 1 cast on Thursday, 1 cast on Friday, and 1 cast on Sunday. It's beautiful. It means that we can sleep, and it means that we can stream. !light in the chat if you're interested. I don't stream very often anymore. I used to stream more often, but basically, whenever I'm not casting here, I try to stream on my personal channel. Again, just because our schedule has been so busy over the past couple of months, I just haven't really had any time to stream, but that will change this week. So I should be live on my personal channel. I don't ladder here. We leave the CranKy Ducklings strictly for casting and for team content. Like sometimes we play team games, like I've had Yaku or Ares or Asher on before to like play some like to ladder like 2v2s, 3v3s, and 4v4s. So we do team content sometimes, or of course casting or talk shows, but any kind of like individual ladder streams we leave to our personal channel. So again, I do stream not here but over on light_VIP. I will attempt to ladder stream tomorrow. I'll do my best. I'm very out of shape, very out of practice. Last time I laddered, I hit GM, which was great, but that was like couple of months ago. That was like at the start of the year, and that was also like fake GM. That was like start of season GM, typically around like M2 level when it comes to StarCraft. But I'm very rusty right now, and it's gonna take a while for me to like shake off all the rust and to get back to that level. So expect a lot of losses. Expect the MMR to take a nosedive before it goes back up. So it's gonna be a rough time. It's gonna be a rough time, Pat. It's gonna be a rough time. So we'll do our best. Otherwise, you can also support us in other ways. You can follow us, !socials in the chat, and you will get a link to our social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings, as we are live on multiple channels and we post everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Twitter, all things CranKy Ducklings. We also do upload on a daily basis to YouTube, so if you see something here, if you see something you want to watch live, but you can't watch it live, YouTube is the place to be. So check out our YouTube channel. We do have plenty of content on YouTube. We've been casting full time since 2020, and we've even been making content before that as well, from 2017. So plenty of content on YouTube. It's all there, it's all available. Otherwise, thank you so much. We're gonna be back in 7 hours time with our next cast, and we'll see how we feel after that. It's gonna be great. Oh god, it's gonna be quite a ladder session, I'm sure. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's quickly double check. Also, before I forget, thank you so much. Big shout out to our patrons. We actually did get a new patron today. Thank you so much to Joe for being our latest patron, and because of that we have reached our new Patreon goal, that is to boost the prize pool for our tournament. So if you want to help support us, you can check us out on Patreon. We will set a new goal soon, maybe after STC. We'll set a new goal, and the current goal was to actually allow for our events to pay out top 4. Currently our events, our open cups, only pay out top 2. Very top heavy, but now the prize pool has been increased enough to the point where we can pay out top 4 as well. So thank you so much. I'm sure the players are very appreciative of it as well. I know we are. Thank you so much to all of our patrons, to all of our subscribers, and to all of our viewers as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support, and I hope you guys have a great day. Hope you guys have a great week. Take care. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.